nutrition labeling. We can also layer in terms of the public food procurement so that we can provide guidance for institutions like correctional facilities, schools, hospital, in terms of the healthy foods that they need to put in their system. And therefore, when I look at the Nutrition Association of Kenya members, do you have a role in understanding the Knpm and even disseminating it further? Yes, because as a nutrition professional, you need to understand what is it that it is saying, what is the benefit of that tool, and what other benefit can accrue from it. So today, you'll be taken through the dissemination so that you actually understand the model and you're able to interpret it. You also can also apply it when counseling. Yeah, because we said it has provided threshold for sugars, sodium. So when you are with patient or with even a client that you want to advise in terms of what kind of foods they need to eat, then it can become a very good tool. Today, as we disseminate, we are saying this is not just a standalone. It's adding or feeding into the bigger nutrition policy, because it's just one of the few interventions that we want to undertake. And therefore, we are not saying that once you are disseminated, you only stick to Knpm. We are saying we are still facing the triple burden of malnutrition, and therefore all the other interventions need to be disseminated. So I therefore encourage all of us to engage actively in the discussions, understand the technical aspects of Knpm, reflect on how it applies to our daily work, and strengthen our role as advocates for healthy diets. With those remarks, I want to take this opportunity and wish you a very fruitful deliberation, and also want to recognize one person who has been the driver of the Knpm, Zachary Morioki, maybe by a show of hands. Zachary, yeah. Zachary has been on a roller coaster in terms of the food environment policy, and really we appreciate him because at least we have now a policy document 2025, and the other regulations are somewhere in terms of the progress, and we know that we'll reach there. Also, sincerely thanks the partners, Dr. Ismail UNICEF, because of the technical and also financial support. We also have quite a number of Safe for Society organizations like IIRA, we have Kelin, we have NCDAC, who have actually been able to work with us as we develop this policy. So allow me now, as guided by the President, to request we put our hearts together to welcome Dr. Ismail Teta, the Chief of Nutrition, UNICEF. Our hearts together until he comes. Until he comes.
I'm Jambo. I want to first thank my friend, Madam Veronica, for being the one inviting me here to the podium, not to the event. Before I start, I want to say I was this morning at the Nairobi University MPH program. for a lecture. And I was asking those students, MPH, what do they know about nutrition? I think 80% of them are MDs, medical doctors, and they have some basics on fundamental nutrition and clinical nutrition. But when you start mentioning public health nutrition, they were a bit lost. So this reminded me of the topic that Nak gave to me for this keynote speech and say, yeah, it's really needed. We need to discuss Kenya nutrition workforce and the way we are also training them. So I'm happy that the transition this afternoon, it's really to talk about that. And as I was coming, one of my colleagues, who I discovered is member of the leadership of this group, was saying, you are going to talk to different people, not only to Madame Veronica or to the leadership of nutrition within Ministry of Health or NGOs, but to those who are the grassroots and also those who are just aspiring to become nutritionists. So I'm happy to be here today to have this conversation. What I know is that it's always easier to give remarks. That's what I prefer, just like what Veronica did. But when it's keynote address, I went on Google actually to look at the definition of that. And they said the difference is that you need to be long, it needs to be longer than remarks. So bear with me, I will be a bit long. Okay, let me become a bit more formal. So I'm Dr. Ismail Teta, Chief of Nutrition for UNICEF, Kenya. And I also chair the Early Childhood Development Task Force at UNICEF, which is very relevant for nutrition. So Director of Nutrition and Dietetics, Ministry of Health, Madam Veronica, President of the Nutrition Association of Kenya, and all leadership of the Nutrition and Dietetics Academy. I'm not sure I got the name right, Dr. Kinyuru, probably. Distinguished nutritionists, dietitians, and public health professionals from across Kenya, representatives from academia, research, civil society, private sector, and development partners, students and emerging professionals, the future of this profession. It is a privilege and a genuine honor to join you today for this important occasion. The official dissemination of the Kenyan nutrient profile model. I think someone is competing with me. So I was saying the dissemination of the Kenyan nutrient profile model, first edition 2025, and the annual Nutrition Excellence Awards. I think the Nutrition Association of Kenya and the Nutrition and Dietetics Academy I thank them for their leadership in organizing this event and for the trust they have placed in UNICEF as a partner in Kenya nutrition journey. To be in a room with nutrition professionals, Ministry of Health leadership, and the next generation of practitioners on a day as significant as this is a reminder that Kenya's nutrition community is alive, committed, and moving forward. Kenya stands at a critical and in many ways defining moment in its nutrition history. The country has made real and documented progress. National stunting prevalence has declined from 26% in 2014 to 18% in 2022, a reduction of about 8% point, representing millions of children who are growing better than they would have a decade ago. Kenya is on course to meet 4 of the global nutrition targets for 2030. Breastfeeding rates have improved, community health systems are more integrated, and social protection programs are expanding. These gains are not accidents. They are the products of policy, investment, professional commitment, and community action, and they deserve to be acknowledged. But we must also be honest about what remains unfinished. Wasting has marginally increased, attributed in part to the recurring drought and climate shocks in Kenya. Extreme country-level disparities persist. Stunting range from 9% in some countries to over 27% in others, meaning a child nutrition trajectory is still heavily determined by where they are born. Approximately 63% of young children in Kenya experience child food poverty, consuming insufficient dietary diversity for healthy growth and development. In Turkana, for instance, that figure rises to 90%. And simultaneously, Kenya faces a growing epidemic of overweight, obesity, hypertension, diabetes, and diet-related non-communicable diseases, particularly in urban settings. The triple burden of malnutrition is not a future threat, it is present. This means we are not managing one nutrition crisis. We are managing several simultaneously across different populations, different geographies, and life stages. Undernutrition and overnutrition, chronic food insecurity, and ultra-processed food proliferation, rural deprivation, and urban diet transition. These challenges require a nutrition profession that is both broad and deep in its capabilities. So why diet quality and the Kenya nutrient profile models matters? One of the most important shifts in the nutrition thinking over the past decade is the move from a focus on quantity, calories, food security, preventing hunger, to a recognition that quality is equally critical. Many children in Kenya are eating enough to survive, but not enough to thrive. UNICEF Child Food Poverty reports estimate that more than 6 in 10 young children in Kenya lack the dietary diversity needed for healthy development. That means diet dominated by staples like maize, rice, wheat, with insufficient eggs, dairy, fruits, vegetables, and animal source proteins. At the same time, more than 1 in 4 children are being exposed to unhealthy packaged food that displace nutritious options. Kenya is among a small group of countries where high consumption on unhealthy products has been documented alongside persistent undernutrition, a paradox that demands a policy response. The Kenya nutrient profile model is that response. It is Kenya's first evidence-based WHO-aligned standard for classifying packaged food and beverages according to nutrient of concern: sodium, total sugar, saturated fats. Kenya is the first country in the East African community to adopt such model. This is not a bureaucratic instrument. It is a practical public health tool with specific and measurable applications. For instance, guiding restriction on the marketing on unhealthy food to children, including digital marketing, which a 2026 UNICEF Kenya report has documented as largely unregulated. Supporting front of package warning labels that helps consumer make more informed choices. The Knpm is also setting standards for school meals program, protecting children in the various institutions designed to support their development. Creating a common standard across sectors, health, education, agriculture, trade, and industry, so that policy speaks with one voice. Incentivizing private sector reformulation towards healthy products. The Knpm alone will not transform diets. No single tool does. But it creates the regulatory and normative foundation without which transformation is much harder. Standards matter. Evidence-based standards developed in Kenya for Kenya matter more. Allow me now to also say a word on the nutrition workforce in Kenya. Distinguished guests, I want to speak on a matter that I believe does not receive the attention it deserves, and that I consider one of the most persisting strategic imperatives for Kenya's nutrition future. We discuss policies, models, budgets, and programs. We speak of food systems, supply chains, regulatory framework, and these are all important, but all of them ultimately depend on one thing: the quality and the quantity of human beings who will implement them. Kenya does not yet have enough nutrition professionals, and those it has are not always equipped with the full range of competencies the country's burden demands. Let me be direct on what this means in practice. Kenya nutrition burden, the triple burden of malnutrition, the diversity of challenges across the 47 countries, the complexity of food systems, the growing NCDs epidemic demands a nutrition workforce that is large in number, diverse in specialization, geographically distributed, and continuously updating its knowledge and skills. The current situation falls short of that standard. There are not enough registered nutritionists and dietitians deployed at county level to provide the counseling, clinical management, community outreach, policy translation, and monitoring functions that are needed. In many countries, nutrition is practiced, sometimes well, sometimes poorly, by health workers whose training in nutrition was marginal. This brings me to a point I want to make with the particular force today in the presence of the Ministry of Health Leadership, the pre-service training of doctors and nurses. Every doctor and nurse trained in Kenya should leave their training institution with the nutrition competencies required to identify malnutrition, counsel on diets and feeding practices, screen for diet-related non-communicable diseases, support breastfeeding, and refer appropriately. This is currently not consistently the case. In many Kenya medical and nursing training curricula, nutrition is either absent, marginal, or confined to a module that does not reflect the weight of nutrition in clinical practice and public health outcomes. A doctor who does not understand the relationship between diet quality and non-communicable disease is not fully equipped for the patients they will face. A nurse who cannot conduct a basic nutritional assessment or support a mother with complementary feeding is missing the critical competency for the community they will serve. A clinical officer who cannot recognize the signs of micronutrient deficiency is less capable than they should be. This is not a criticism of the professionals. It is a structural failure in the systems that train them. Consider the evidence before us. If 63% of young children in Kenya experience food poverty, and if the majority of their contact with the health systems comes through nurses, clinical officers, and doctors, not through nutritionists, the nutrition competency in those cadres is not optimal. It is essential. I'm therefore calling on the Ministry of Health, the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, the Nursing Council of Kenya, the Kenya Medical Training College Systems, medical schools, and all institutions involved in the pre-service training to review and strengthen nutrition content in the undergraduate medical, nursing, clinical officers, and community health training curricula, not as a standalone module, but integrated across maternal health, pediatrics, clinical medicine, public health, and primary care. To develop minimum nutrition competency standards for each cadre, specifying what every doctor, nurse, and clinical officer should be able to do in nutrition, and ensuring that assessment and certification reflects those standards. To increase the training time and practice exposure in nutrition, including supervised clinical nutrition assessment, infant feeding counseling, non-communicable disease dietary management, and anthropometric screening. To integrate the Kenyan nutrient profile models into health training so that professionals graduating today understand the food environment they are working and can advise patients accordingly. And to ensure nutrition is taught by qualified nutrition professionals, not treated as a topic any faculty member can cover without specialist training. I recognize that the curriculum reform is complex. It requires institutional will, regulatory change, faculty development, time, and resources. But the cost of inaction is measured in misdiagnosis, inadequate counseling, preventable death, and a generation of health workers who are less equipped than the country needs to be. The time to act on this is not the next strategic plan. It is now. Beyond the pre-service training of other cadres, Kenya also needs significantly more qualified nutritionists and dietitians, trained, registered, and deployed where they are needed. The ratio of registered nutrition professionals to population in Kenya remains far below what it needs to address the country burden. Many countries have only a handful of nutrition specialists or fewer. In hardship and ASAL countries, where the burden is highest, the workforce is tiniest. This must change, and it will require action across several levels. We need an expansion of accredited nutrition and dietetics training institutions at undergraduate and postgraduate level with adequate staffing, quality assurance, and practical training capacity. We need to increase intake in existing programs, making sure that it's matched with investment in supervision and mentorship so that quality is not sacrificed by quantity. Active deployment of and retention strategies at county level, including remuneration, career progression, professional support, and working conditions that make nutrition roles in underserved counties viable and attractive. We also need stronger collaboration between all the organizations, the Nutrition and Dietetics Academy, and county health department, to map workforce gap, plan deployments, and prioritize where nutritionists are most needed. Investment in postgraduate and specialist training in clinical nutrition, public health nutrition, food systems, nutrition policy is also warranted because Kenya needs not only more nutritionists, but nutritionists with deeper and more diverse specializations. The professionals already in the workforce, many of whom are in this room, carry an enormous responsibility and an equally important entitlement, the right to keep learning. Nutrition science evolves. Our understanding of food systems, early childhood development, digital food marketing, climate-related nutrition risk, the microbiome, and behavior change is expanding rapidly. A profession that does not invest in continuous learning falls behind the evidence. A profession that does is a driver of transformation. The institutions represented here have a central role to play in maintaining the quality and relevance, in setting ethical standards, and in holding the profession to account. The dissemination of the Knpm today is itself an example of what good professional infrastructure looks like, translating new policies into professional knowledge and practice. I want to acknowledge that many professionals in this room do this work under difficult conditions, with limited resources, heavy caseloads, inadequate equipment, and at times without institutional support they deserve. That commitment is the foundation on which Kenya's nutrition progress is built. At UNICEF, our lens is always the child. And from that lens, the urgency of this moment is impossible to overstate. A child who experiences stunting in the first 1,000 days does not simply grow shorter. They carry into adulthood reduced cognitive potential, impaired immune function, lower educational attainment, and diminished economic productivity. The damage is real, measurable, and largely irreversible. A child who grows up in a food environment saturated with ultra-processed food, heavily marketed, nutrient-poor foods, and without the protective guidance of a nutrition-competent health system is at elevated risk of diet-related non-communicable disease that will shape their health and healthcare costs for decades. These children did not choose their food environment. They did not design the curriculum that trained or failed to train their doctors and nurses. They did not set the budget and determine how many nutritionists are deployed to their county. Adults did. Governments do. Institutions do. We do. The Kenya nutrient profile model, the workforce investment we are calling for today, none of them are ends in themselves. They are means to a single end, a Kenya in which every child has the nutrition they need to grow, to learn, to thrive, and fulfill their potential. Allow me also to say a word on the private sector. No food environment transformation is complete without the engagement of the private sector. The Kenya nutrient profile model creates a new reference point for industry. The most forward-looking companies will recognize this is not a constraint for them, but an opportunity to reformulate products, innovate toward healthier options, and align commercial success with the consumer well-being. The public health evidence is unambiguous. Food environment that promote unhealthy diets impose real cost on families and health systems. The most sustainable markets are those that invest in the long-term health of their consumer. I therefore invite industry to engage constructively with the Knpm process, to participate in transparent labeling, to review marketing practices, particularly those directed at children, and to bring the same innovation to nutrition that has driven the growth in other dimensions of the food sectors. To close, ladies and gentlemen, the dissemination of the Kenya nutrient profile models today is a milestone. It represents years of technical work, consultations, and institutional commitment. It put Kenya at the frontier of food environment policy in East Africa. But a milestone is only meaningful if it marks progress on a journey. Documents do not change outcomes, people do. The professionals in this room are the people who will determine whether the Kenya nutrient profile models becomes the foundation of a transformed food environment or a document that gathers dust. Whether the training reforms we are calling for are implemented or differ indefinitely, whether Kenya's counties get the nutrition workforce they urgently need, or make to do with what they already have. UNICEF remains fully committed to working alongside the government of Kenya, the Nutrition Association of Kenya, and all the partners in this mission. We will advocate for children. We will support the workforce. We will bring evidence to the table, and we will stand with Kenya as it moves from policy to implementation, from standards to accountability, and from aspiration to measurable change. Thank you for your service to Kenya's children. Thank you for your commitment to excellence. And thank you for the honor of this platform. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Tumpigie makofi ya kilo. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, Daktari. Thank you so much, Madam Veronica, for those very good words. I hope now the stage is set. We now understand what is Knpm, what does it intend to do for Kenya, and we also know the commitment for both the government and UNICEF in terms of protecting our Kenyan children. It's quite important for us to note that from here, now that the stage is set, we are now going to dive into understanding what Knpm is, to understand how it was, how we arrived at what Madam Veronica has talked of, the 4 nutrients. And then from there, we shall have a panel discussion. If you have questions, kindly let us hold on to them. You can write them down. We shall have a panel discussion to discuss all the questions that will emanate from this great discussion. Thank you and welcome, Zachary, for the presentation. Tumpigie makofi. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking your time to come and listen to the dissemination of the Kenya Nutrient Profile Model. To my colleagues who are online, I would also want to welcome you. Kindly follow through the presentation. And I'm waiting for the IT guys to bring up the presentation. I'll be taking us through the Kenya Nutrient Profile model. Most of my background slides have been already mentioned by Madam Veronica and Dr. Ishmael. It is because we work in the same space and we keep talking about the same things every day. And data is important for all of us who are in this particular sector, and also for convincing the policymakers why we need to invest in nutrition. Nutrition contributes to non-communicable diseases, and I'll be talking about that. It also is also a leading risk factor for leading diseases in Kenya, the ones that are causing mortality in Kenya. IT guys, please don't fail Zach. We had already tested and it was working. In the meantime, I want to ask the participants who are seated here, you can access the Kenya Nutrient Profile model. You just go to online, just type Kenya Nutrient Profile model. You'll find it as a PDF document in the Ministry of Health website. And the purpose of this is because we'll be working together in this document. However, please don't concentrate so much on reading the document. Listen to me and look at me, because I'm the person who is driving this agenda. So, but have the document, because I may at one point ask you to refer to a particular page. To start us off, this has already been mentioned, that Kenya is experiencing a rapid transition towards diets that are high in fat, sugar, and salt. And this is because of urbanization and also changing lifestyles. When we came to service, and those were many years ago, some of you probably were being born or were just toddlers. It was about 22 years ago. And we got employed and we had a salary. And you could visit my colleagues who are nutritionists. It was amazing that instead of them serving you fresh fruit juice, they would serve you packaged juice. It looked like it's a way of changing the lifestyle. Now you have the money, you can buy. And then that now coupled up to people becoming overweight, having NCDs and other things. So that transition is affecting our country because of urbanization and also economic transition. Veronica talked about 94% of the population not being able to access to eat vegetables, or not being able to meet their 5 servings of fruits and vegetables as per the WHO recommendation. And the consequence of this is that there's a shift now in the burden of the disease in Kenya from communicable to non-communicable diseases. And also, according to the Kenya Vital Statistics 2024 report, you can also get it online, 62% of all the registered deaths in Kenya, and this registered deaths in the community and the hospital, these are what is called registered deaths, were caused because of non-communicable disease, moving from 52.4% in 2023 to 61.7% in 2020. So very interesting that all the registered and documented deaths in Kenya are because of non-communicable diseases. There's also a shift in terms of the burden of diseases, starting from obesity among women at 45%, meaning that women of reproductive age, and this was 15 to 49 years, 45%, and this means 1 out of every 2 women in Kenya are either overweight or obese. And men are not left behind. About 19% of them are overweight or obese. And our children are catching up, especially in the urban areas. 5 to 19 years, about 21% of them being overweight and obese. Very interesting that we have reduced stunting, we are reducing wasting, yet now the balance is shifting towards non-communicable diseases. In terms of economic burden, and Veronica talked about that, Kenya lost in 2016 an estimated 230 billion. I'm sure all the partners in Kenya led by UNICEF, and I've seen Nutrition International in the house. I don't know whether your annual budget reaches 230 billion in terms of the money you get from the global partners that comes to Kenya. It is not towards that, to that billion. And also the Ministry of Health, the annual allocation from the Exchequer, Veronica, I don't think it will hit 230 billion. I think the Ministry of the Department of State Department for Public Health, I think, were allocated about 28 billion, if I'm not wrong, 28 billion this financial year. Interesting, and we are losing it because of non-communicable. And these losses are one, because of direct health cost care. These diseases are long-term, they are chronic, they are costly to treat. Once you get, for example, cancer, it is not cheap to treat cancer or diabetes. So we lose that money because of the healthcare cost. Number two, because of loss of productivity. You reduce the workforce output. Participation in the workforce, what is called sometimes presentism. You are in the workplace, but you are not productive because of the sickness. And then finally, 31% of the healthcare expenditure was out of the pocket expenditure, pushing families deeper and deeper into poverty. Interesting that majority of Kenyans are paying for NCD care from their pockets. Very interesting. And this data is from the Combating NCD Investment Case 2016. So we must shift now from being reactive to preventive. Because Kenya, for the last 60 years since independence, we have majored on preventive care rather than curative care rather than preventive care. Allow me now to shift a bit and have some discussion. This is a bit scientific discussion about how does diet or unhealthy diets relate to non-communicable diseases. And I want to drive this agenda in a few minutes before I talk about what is NPM. I know you are expectant to listen to what is NPM, but because these are professionals, allow me to talk about how does it relate. And I'll be talking about 3 components of unhealthy diets because there are many other components. One of them, I'll be talking about diets that are high in sodium. So the diets that are high in sodium leads to hypertension. There's a pathway, I won't have time to talk about that pathway, that leads now to cardiovascular diseases. So you have diets high in sodium, predisposes you to, of course not everyone, but there are segments of the population that we call them sodium sensitive population or segment, that the sodium pathway or mediated pathway affects how your body responds to the blood pressure and then leads to cardiovascular diseases. And then when you come to diets high in fats, and this is total fats and saturated fatty acids, because I'll also be talking about trans fatty acid in another slide. Here I'm talking about total fat acid and saturated fatty acids. What happens is that it leads to what is called endothelial dysfunction. And this is narrowing down of your blood vessel. I'll be talking about that in the next slide, how that happens. It affects your blood vessel, it becomes narrow, it forms the plaque, and then the plaque now causes cardiovascular diseases. It can even go to the pathway for hypertension. I didn't have that arrow, and then leads again to cardiovascular diseases. And these are like coronary heart disease, stroke, and other heart diseases. In terms of the fats, again, sorry, this has come together. I'm not talking about the sugar fast. The fats can also lead to obesity. Diets that are high in fats can also lead to obesity, and then finally leading to high cholesterol, then cardiovascular diseases. Obesity can also lead to endothelial dysfunction, then to cardiovascular diseases. So this is a intertwined pathway or causative pathway towards cardiovascular disease because of diets high in fat. I know right now in the nutrition world there's a discussion about animal-based fats. I'll mention about that when I'll be talking about TFA, but for now I'm talking about total fats and saturated fat. Then obesity can also directly lead to cardiovascular diseases. In terms of diets that are high in sugar, they can either lead to obesity, then leading to cardiovascular diseases, or they can lead to chronic inflammation. I'll be talking about that inflammation, to insulin resistance, then going to diabetes, or chronic inflammation, insulin resistance leading to cancers. Very interesting pathophysiology, and that's why as nutritionists, we need to be scientific. We need to present science as we argue our cases, either in our ward louds or wherever we are in our nutrition counseling, so that we don't just say avoid, we don't just say limit, we limit with evidence, we limit with scientific arguments. And then finally, diet high in sugar is leading to dental caries. And it's very interesting that according to the Kenya Dental Survey, I'll ask, I have not seen Henry, I'll ask Kasiwai to check for me the year. I think there must have been 2016, about 31% of our children 5 to 10, 9 years had dental caries. Very interesting, just because of diets high in sugar. And these are the diets that we are presenting in our schools. Colleagues, allow me to just deep dive a bit and talk about how does, I hope these slides are visible, how does sugar drive cancer development? I may not have time to break it down, but I'm just talking about when you take diet high in sugar, it leads to chronic hyperglycemia. And this means that the sugars are high all the time because of the diet high in sugar. And then when you have diet high in sugar, the body, first of all, releases high insulin, which is called hyperinsulinemia. The body releases, there's a surge. The way the body has been wired biologically is that once the body senses there's sugar, the receptors at the pancreas releases insulin into the bloodstream to counteract that particular surge. But then when you have diets in sugar, this continuous release of insulin into the blood, and this leads to insulin resistance because of what is called deposition of amyloids. And amyloids comes from insulin itself. That high surge of insulin is not healthy to your cells because it deposits what is called byproducts of insulin called amyloids that are deposited into your body, leading to high insulin resistance. And then that now, it activates what is called insulin-like growth factor 1, IGF-1. It is activated. And then the IGF-1 now activates the tumor initiation. Now the cells now start misbehaving. They start what is called proliferation. They start proliferating. There's growth and progression of those cells because of that IGF-1 factor. And then this now leads to the DNA damage in your cell, increased cell proliferation, and reduced apoptosis. And then finally, chronic oxidative stress. So in essence, I'm saying that, one, high sugar fuels the tumors. Is the energy, is the source for, glucose is the source for rapid cancer growth cells. And then it also leads to hormonal stimulation, I've talked about that, and then inflammation, and then glycation. There are some byproducts called advanced glycation end products, or AGEs, that drive oxidative stress and cellular mutation leading to cancer. And then finally, obesity, I've already said again, obesity can also be linked to increased estrogen, increased leptin. These are hormone, and then that leading to cancer in the body. So this is science, and it's important for us when we are arguing our cases, we go to science so that we talk from evidence on how sugar affects, and that's why we are reducing. If someone asks you, why are you targeting sugar? Why are you targeting fat? Why are you targeting trans fatty acids? Back it with science. Sorry, members, for being too technical, but I wanted to do some foundation before I talk about Knpm. The same pathway happens again for diets high in fat, especially saturated fats and trans fatty acids, increased free fatty acids and dyslipidemia. Remember, the free fatty acids also, these ones are leads to inflammation and also leads to oxidative stress, and then all the way to atherosclerosis. This is now how high fats lead to cardiovascular diseases, heart diseases, and stroke. So the take-home message here after all this science is very simple. One, high sugar diets create a pro-cancer metabolic environment through insulin, inflammation, and obesity pathways. This is a simple message that I want to take home, that diets high in sugar are pro-cancer. They initiate that particular pathway for cancer. And then unhealthy fats directly damage blood vessels, accelerating atherosclerosis and cardiovascular diseases. Sorry for reminding you all that biology. Let's now move to Knpm. Let's move to Knpm now. So what is this Knpm, the Kenya Nutrient Profile Model? So Madam Veronica and Dr. Ishmael they have already alluded to this, saying that this is a scientific tool designed to classify foods and beverages products in Kenya according to their nutrients of concern or nutrient composition. And the objective one is to establish scientifically calculated limits or threshold for sodium, sugar, and fats. And here we are talking about total fat and saturated fat across 11 food categories. Thereby, you want to remove ambiguity in terms of providing the nutrients. If, for example, the government wants to tax foods that are unhealthy, how do they tax these particular food products? They are going to use the nutrient profile model. Are we together? Hello? Muniangalia sana mpaka nastuka kama nasema anything. Okay. I hope we are together. Then number 2, it is also going to improve clinical guidance, and this is by providing healthcare workers with a standardized framework to make decisions concerning these nutrients of concern, so that as you make a decision, as you counsel your clients, you have an evidence-based document of indicating how these nutrients are affecting our population. And then finally, it also serves as a regulatory anchor, and this is in terms of development of regulations and policies, especially the front of pack labeling, and also marketing restriction or promoting of healthy diets among our communities. So this particular document is a strong scientific document. It has targeted the following nutrients of concern, and we have already mentioned that, all of us. 1, total sugar, because high consumption contributes to energy density, leading to overweight, obesity, type 2 diabetes, dental caries, and cancer. I've already said that. Total fat, because that high energy density promotes weight gain, and thus Knpm limits that. Saturated fat, because these ones are directly linked to cholesterol, and also they lower the good cholesterol, which is called HDL. Trans fats, I will talk about them later, but we say there's no known benefit for trans fat. But the industry is very interesting. You know the reason they produce trans fat? Because it improves, 1, it improves the thermal response or capacity. When you put that fat into heat, it becomes a bit stable because of trans fat, and also improves the mouth feel, or what is called olfactory factors. Makes your mouth feel better when you're consuming trans fats. Think about Bluebird. I'm sorry to mention that in a particular product. Think about even your caddies. The ones that you see, the caddies that, for example, the Eclair, they will have trans fats, and the purpose of that is to ensure that that improvement of olfactory feel, the mouth feel of them. And then sodium, we talked about hypertension. So we are targeting these 5 nutrients of concern in this particular document. Of course, there are many other nutrients of concern, but Kenya decided to go with those 5. Other countries have developed what is called a nutrient profile and promotive model, so that they can capture both sides of document. Had 8 considerations as we were developing. The technical team that developed this document went through 8 considerations. 1, we have already said that, nutrients of concern. I'm not repeating that. Number 2, they also talked about food categorization. And this was categorized into 11 major categories. But out of those 11 major categories, I think we have about 26 other categories. I can ask Swakai to check whether we have, I think we have about 26 subcategories. But we have 11 major categories. And then we also targeted, in an event whereby a food product is naturally high in a particular nutrient, we only targeted nutrients of concern. For example, the fats. The fats products, most of them are going to be naturally high in fat. There's nothing you can do because in mafuta, margarines. But then we targeted only that particular nutrient for concern, and this was, for example, saturated fat, because that now was a nutrient of interest or concern to Kenya. We also looked at the scope, and the scope was prepackaged foods. There were so many deliberations during development, and one of the deliberations was that, what about the foods that are being produced in the supermarkets that are not prepackaged? How do you control them? There were arguments about the front of pack labeling, placing a label in front of where they are placing those products. For example, if you go to a hotel, you find them serving cakes. And cakes are both high in sugar and high in saturated fat, and even sometimes high in sodium. But then they are not packaged. How do you control that? I believe the team that is going to be developing the front of pack labeling, they'll be talking about that, and they'll guide in terms of how do we regulate such particular food products. We also considered the calculation of thresholds, and all thresholds are calculated per 100 grams or 100 ml of the product, irrespective of their portions. But we have one category called sauces, dips, and seasonings that we consider the portion size. And it's because these particular products are consumed in small amounts. Sauces, dips, and seasonings are consumed in small amounts. We also looked at presentation of the standard. We maintained a standard of rounding off the figures. For the sugar and the fat, we had allowed it to 1 decimal point, and for sodium, allowed it in 2 decimal points. We also made some three main assumptions in terms of calculating our thresholds. One of the assumptions we said, we looked at this is targeting general population. We excluded children below 36 months. I hope the guys in the back, you are able to see here because of this podium. I don't know whether it's blocking you. And then another assumption is that we used 2,100 kilocalories per day as a daily energy requirement for this adult population. WHO uses 2,000. Kenya decided to use 2,100, and there's a reason for that. We may answer that during our plenary. And then we also made the other three assumptions. One, we assumed that most Kenyans consume about 5 meals in a day, and then we had each meal, main meal, contributes to 30% of your total energy, of this 21%, and then the snacks contribute 5%, each adding up to 10%. And then beverage ratios apply to ready-to-drink forms. And then finally, we adopted WHO dietary goals for these nutrients for concern. For example, total fat at 30% of energy, saturated fat, 10% of your total energy, sugars, 10%, and sodium, less than 5 milligrams or this is 2,000 milligrams of sodium or 5 grams of salt per day. Sorry for that. Ensuring that these thresholds also reflect a global consensus or global pattern. So when I mentioned about the categories, and you'll see them in a nutrient profile model, we have these 11 categories. So we have the confectionaries. This, I think, has had another 2 or 3 subcategories. We have the bakery products. These are your breads and bakery wares. We have cereals and cereal products. These are your cereal products, breakfast cereals. Ready-to-eat savory snacks. These savory snacks are like urban bites and all that. Then we have beverages, and these beverages are non-alcoholic beverages that are prepackaged. And then composite foods, and these foods that are composite, that are combined together. And then we have butter, fat, spreads, and oil emulsions. Then we have fish and fish potted products. And then fruits and vegetables. Then number 10, sauces, dips, and seasoning. And number 11, dairy products and their analogs. So basically, when you go through this document, you find all these 10 categories. I think I've talked about that. Let me move. How did we calculate? Now we want to go to some mathematics class in the afternoon. Hope it's not going to be a bit boring. So please follow me as I present. How did we calculate the threshold? One, we considered the 2,000 kilocalories. I've said that. Then number 2, we distributed the main meals and snacks as follows: 30% and 5%. That I've already said. And then after that, we used, I've said we used WHO data intake goals per day, considered total sugar 10%, total fat less than 30%, saturated fat 10%, and sodium 5 grams or 200 milligrams. And then number 4, we converted energy allowance into the threshold divided by, then that energy allowance, I'll explain in calculation. For example, when it was a carbohydrate-based or sugar-based, we used 4 kilocalories because 1 gram of sugar gives you 4 calories. Tuko pamoja nutritionist? Are you together? And then 1 gram of protein and fats gives you 9 kilocalories. So sugar and protein, 4, and then after that we had our threshold, our limit. So this is how we calculated for sugar. And this is now, I've taken this from the chocolate threshold in the NPM. So, remember we said sugar is 10%. Hello, sugar is 10% of your daily energy requirement. So what is 10% of 2,100? Watu wa GTP season era. So it's 210. 210. So 210 divided by 10 times 100, it give us 21 kilocalories. Then 21 kilocalories we divide by 4. This is chocolate threshold. It gives us 5.3. So what does this 5.3 mean? It means that any chocolate product that you pick on the shelf, it has a sugar of more than 5.3. grams per 100 grams, it means that it has exceeded the threshold. Tuko pamoja? Any chocolate, whichever brand you pick, and you go and check on the sugar. Those who have laptops or phones, you can quickly Google chocolate nutrition panel or information and look at that. If it's more than 5.3 grams per 100 grams, then it means it has exceeded the threshold. Then it comes to fat, another 210%. 210 divided by that of 100 give us 63. We divided by 9, and the threshold for that is 7 grams per 100 grams for total fat. So if you pick your chocolate product, you check on the back of pack nutrition labeling, you find that it has more than 7 grams of fat, then that particular product is out of the threshold, it's above our threshold. Are we together? The same for saturated fats, to 2.3, and then the sodium used a ratio of 1:1. 1 milligram of sodium to 1 kilocalorie. And since our total kilocalorie was 2,100, so our gram for sodium became 0.21 grams. Of course, there's a lot of science, there's a lot of calculations with the, this I'm just taking you for dissemination purposes, but in the room we had food scientists, we had nutritionists, and other policymakers who kept arguing across these particular thresholds. The same happens again for the bread. But interestingly, when it came to the bread, we didn't use the 10, and I'll be asking Kaswai to say this when we go for plenary, we didn't use the 10%. Here we looked at the Kenya Food Composition Table 2018, and we look at the average kilocalories that was being provided. And there's a reason for that. We'll talk about that. You can be checking that as well. We talked about our blends that are available in the Kenyan market. Most of them, their kilocalories were about 250. So you used the 250, and we came up with this threshold. So if you go back home and you pick your bread in the shelf, and you look at the total sugar, if it's more than 6.3 grams per 100 grams, then that bread is high in sugar. When it comes to fat, 8.3, saturated fat, 2.8, and then sodium, 0.25. So this document also gives you, I'll talk about how does it apply to nutritionists. It gives you a base even to conduct nutrition counseling, especially asking community members to read the label. Right now we have the back of pack. Soon we'll have the front of pack if all goes well as planned. So the thresholds are presented as follows. Sorry, you're not able to see my columns. So we have the food category. This is now in the table 3. Table 3 in our Knpm presents our threshold like this. We have the food category. We have the food category number. So it can be 1. This is 1. 1 has confectionaries, including chocolate, sugar confectionery, energy bars, and sweet toppings and desserts. All of them are in one category. And then we have chocolate is 1.1. And they have given examples of what are chocolates, and then they have given the thresholds for ease of reference, so that it becomes 7.0 for total fat, 2.3 for saturated fat, 5.3 for sugar, and 0.21 for. And then in that particular document, there's this small letter called asterisk A. This one, asterisk, those you are able to see if you are not very far. The reason this particular asterisk is introduced is for the purpose of restricting marketing of these food products to our children. Because 5.3 is not healthy. Remember, Zach has not talked about healthy foods. I've talked about threshold. Hello? Hello? So this particular 5.3, it is not healthy for all segments of the population. It is not healthy for our children. It is not healthy for people with diabetes. It is not healthy for people with cancers. But then for guiding the general population to make decisions, or the government to make policies, we had to have a threshold or a standard. So this A means that these particular products are restricted to be marketed to our children. That it has that asterisk. And then for the blend, the same follows. This is a 2. This must be 2.2. I didn't put the number here. It is 2.2. So the 2.1 is a fine bakery wares, and it has given examples. 2.2 is our breads, and then it has given examples, and then the threshold. This is how the table. This is how, and this is the most important All the others are important, but the most important in this document, NPM, is this particular table, table 3, because it guides. And then there's an annex, I think annex 1, justification of how we calculate this threshold. Those two tables speak to each other, and it's important to go through those documents. Then this particular NPM introduces a zero tolerance on industrially produced trans fatty acids. And here we are setting a limit of 0.2 grams per 100 gram. We're in the process of reviewing our CAP 254. CAP 254 is Foods, Drugs, and Chemicals Act, so that we introduce this limit in our, and why are we introducing this limit? One, because trans fatty acids raises your LDL, lowers your good cholesterol, and then creates atherogenic profile, or creates that profile that causes atherosclerosis, leading to cardiovascular diseases. And yet these particular products are in our market. Then number 2, it has a strong association with cardiovascular risk. And then number 3, it has no nutrition value. Trans fatty acids has no nutrition value. The body does not respond to it as a nutrient. Remember, this is a creation of the industry. Hello? Are you together? Of course, we have naturally occurring trans fatty acids, and this mostly occurs in animal fats and dairy products. But in the animal products, we have 2 major trans fatty acids that are healthy or beneficial to your body. One of them is called conjugated linoleic acid. Another is called vasenic acid. These 2 particular products in the animal fat are healthy. They have been shown to have anti-inflammatory components, anti-carcinogenic components, and other components. And no wonder there's a push right now, and I'll be calling the leadership of nutrition, led by Madam Veronica and Dr. Ishmael, to start coming up with a Kenyan position statement to guide nutritionists on consumption of tallow oil, or what else is called the other name for tallow? Lard. Lard. Because we have seen people promoting them. Even nutritionists have gone that direction of promoting lard and tallow, and also dairy products. They have 2 components that are very important. I've said conjugated linoleic acid and vasenic acid, and these 2 components they are healthy because they prevent inflammation and also prevent cancer causative pathway. But then we need to have a position statement so that we can agree, is it healthy? How much of it is going to be allowed in the community? Because when you tell Kenyans, and you see, I've worked in diabetes space for some time, more than being in nutrition. I came to nutrition the other day, although I'm a nutritionist. And one of the interesting things I saw among our patients is that if you tell them that brown bread is good, wanakula alofu mzima. Kusema hiyo ndiko healthy, hiyo brown ni healthy kuliko ya white. Yet both of them, when they are consumed, they are going to raise your blood sugar. So when you tell them that the fat is healthy, they will consume a lot of fat because hii ni mzuri. Si mkweli? When, for example, you have these fat diets, things like, for example, thorn melon or dragon fruit. You find a person with diabetes consuming the whole dragon fruit because they are told it is healthy. So we need to talk about that and come up with a position statement on those TFAs from the animal product. But this document is introducing a threshold for that. I'm about to finish, Henry. Please don't worry. I'm about to finish. So then how do we apply this into our clinical practice as a nutritionist? One, it makes us to have an objective dietary assessment. When you are assessing the foods at the community, at the family level, you are able to reveal the hidden nutritional risk in our daily diets. Helps you to reveal the risk. Are they consuming high sugars? Are they consuming, based on the thresholds, are they consuming high fats? So these documents gives you a clinical background as you assess, because you're able to go through the category and see whether, read the label, elevate yourself to a good nutritionist, read the label, and see, ask the patients to come with a particular food product, read the label, and then you can even take a photo, and then see, is it high in that particular nutrient of concern. And then it helps you to have targeted nutrient counseling. You focus on the 5 key nutrients of concern, how exceeding threshold introduces an individual to the risk of hypertension or diabetes or cancer. And then you have clear actionable recommendations. Help patients choose products below Knpm. So the patients can also be able to read the labels. If they're able to read, they can also be able to read the labels and make decisions. And I'm talking about these labels because Kenya has what is called back of pack, which is mandatory. But then this particular document helps you to check the serving size, check on, for example, the total fat is 12 grams. But remember, as a nutritionist, you need to interpret. And you're interpreting this using the front of pack labeling. Soon, we'll be introducing the front of pack labeling, so it becomes easy. When you look at this particular panel, I'll ask somebody like my friend here, Pauline, what does 12 grams mean? Is it healthy? Is it within the limit? Is it unhealthy? You don't know. Cynically, you don't know. But then it is important, first of all, to teach patients to always look at this back of pack for now before we move to the front of pack labeling. And then number 2, help them to locate the 5 nutrients of concern so that as they buy their products, they look at the sugar, look at the sodium, look at the fat in that particular products, rather than looking at the historical, like there's a time that Bluebird was available in every household, jam was available almost even in the rural areas. They came up with a very interesting economy called economy ya kadogo. Economy ya kadogo. Packaging is small amounts. Recently, one of the biggest manufacturers of beverage has been sued by Inspector Mwara because they have come up with a small Coca-Cola wanaita Kamwala. So Mwara has gone to court because they are using his brand name. Sinikweli. But then it is interesting because they are pushing that unhealthy food products towards the poor, towards the most vulnerable, towards the children because it's affordable and then you're able to buy. Hiyo Kamwara. And then you can also help patients to compare against the thresholds. Knpm being a technical document, patients who are already educated or literate can also identify and say, according to the Knpm, I think this particular product is high nutrient for concern. Okay, you can also use Knpm as a public health advocacy tool. Very important. Public health tool, look at the school environments, important to advocate in the school environment. In our school canteens, what are they selling? In the vending machine, when they're having the award ceremonies, there's a time when we were developing this document, I gave a story of my daughter. One time she came home with about 10 cakes, Madeira. It's called Madeira. And why did she come with those 10 cakes, the Madeira cakes? It's because in every sector in school, whether you are the most disciplined, unapata cake. Whether you are number 1 in mathematics, unapata cake. Whether you are number 1 in sports. So she came home with those 10 Madeira. And I'm asking myself, who introduced that particular aspect to school that if a child does well, anapatiwa cake? Interesting. So we can advocate in our schools so that they can stock healthy food products. In our healthcare facilities, we can also lead by example, ensuring that we procure foods that are healthy and that are within or below the Knpm thresholds. And then community engagement. You can educate community health promoters and local leaders, empowering them to demand healthy food environment locally so that we drive this agenda together rather than it being done by the Minister of Health. And then you can also support our policies. Right now, we're in the process of developing 5 policy documents. We are developing the front of pack labeling, and this is going to be the easiest. So that once you pick your food product, you just look at that particular label, and you know that this is high in nutrient of concern. At a quick glance, milliseconds, you don't need to have a minute. You know this one is. You pick that particular product, look at this particular front of pack label, you know that this is Pridine. So in the next Pridine here, we have our own label here saying high in sugar. So it becomes easy. Marketing restrictions. We want to restrict marketing of healthy food products to our children. We are also developing elimination of trans fatty acids. We are proposing fiscal policies about taxation and subsidies. And we are also proposing procurement of healthy foods in our schools, in our hospitals, and across other institutions. And then finally, I think I've talked about that particular slide. I don't have to keep repeating that. And then finally, I will want to ask you, one, to embrace these standards. Embrace the standard, integrate Knpm into your daily clinical assessments, patient education, community empowerment, and all that. Then number 2, be champions of change, advocate for healthy food environments, and then drive the outcome by actively reducing the consumption of ultra-processed foods. It can start with us, start at your home, then drive it into the community, to the hospital, and wherever you interact with your family members or your relatives and your colleagues. Thank you.
Please have a seat. Thank you. Tumwangushia 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Have we learned? Have we been able to get how we got to having this document? Have we? If we've all understood, we clap once. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. So may I recognize the presence of NDA Director Milan Ochieng, Stella Kimani. I also recognize the presence of Nutrition International Country Director Mother Nyagaya, and ILA CEO Celine Awol, and also Pauline from Kelin. Thank you. At this juncture, allow me to hand the mic to Stella, who will take us to the next session, where we are going to have a panel discussion. She's also going to introduce the panelists. After that, we will break for tea, and then we come back for a high-level panel discussion. Thank you, and back to you, Stella.
Asante sana, Henry, and asante sana also, Zachary, for that very informative presentation. We've learned, yes? Are we motivated to want to see change in how people eat, right? With now the information that we have on, you know, sometimes when people ask you, when you tell clients, chocolates are not healthy for you, sometimes it's very difficult to trust what is on the current labeling, because they've for a while, for a long time, not been guided by policy you can quote legally and say there is this document that is actually going, that is actually guiding the information I'm giving you. So please allow me to welcome our panelists, and we will delve deeper into the conversation, and they'll tell us the rationale behind how they came up with this information, but also what is your role as the nutrition experts in making sure that this document does not remain on the shelf. I know Kenya, we have a very bad reputation of developing so many things, but you cannot really measure the impact. So Pauline Omoto, I hope I'm getting the names right. Please join us at the front. And as she comes, Pauline is a programs officer at the Kenya Legal and Ethics Issues Network on HIV and AIDS, which is KLIN, right? Pauline Omoto is a lawyer specializing in health law, policy, governance, and development with over 5 years of experience advancing public health through law and policy reform. She has worked with national and county governments in Kenya to strengthen health systems and regulatory frameworks. She has expertise in global health law and is pursuing a master's in business administration in healthcare systems management, focusing on the intersection of law, ethics, and health systems. At the Kenya Legal and Ethics Issues Network on HIV/AIDS, which is KLIN, Pauline advances healthy diets, reducing NCDs, and supporting digital health initiatives for the universal health coverage. Next panelist is Caroline Kasiwai. Kindly join us at the front. Caroline has over 11 years working experience with the Kenya Bureau of Statistics, KEBS, of Standards, KEBS, not KNBS, but KEBS, pardon me. She's also a member of the technical committee involved in the development of the document that Zachary just took us through, which is the Kenyan Nutrient Profile model. And she also works very closely with the Ministry of Health in the food environment policy in the front of pack nutrition labeling and also trans fatty acids committee. She's a member of the National and the East African Commission, TC, or Technical Committee on Nutrition and Foods for Special Dietary Uses. When she's not working on all these things, Caroline loves music and dancing. And also, she has one very strong quote from Winston Churchill that healthy citizens are the greatest asset any country can have. So please allow me to go right into it. And I know you have some questions. So please note them down. I will be taking notes, questions from you after this. But please allow me to go straight into our panel discussion and some questions that I have for the panelists, just to allow us to understand deeper. Yes, we now have a Kenya Nutrient Profile model. But then what? And what does this mean for us? So Zachary, I want to start with you. You've led the development of this model of the KNPM, which is a really big milestone. But from a policy perspective, right? What new opportunities does this unlock, right? In terms of the kind of decisions that are foreseen to start being made not only by industry, but also by practitioners that like those we have in this room, and also particularly in areas that were previously difficult to regulate. Because this is a conversation we keep telling the public, you must eat healthy. Sugars are not healthy for you. Trans fats, avoid trans fats. But what does this practically mean on the ground?
Okay, thank you so much, Stella, for this opportunity to come back again. The Kenyan Nutrient Profile model is a game changer, both in the industry and also in the community interventions. When I talk first of all about the industry, in as much as we shied off from mentioning that particular aspect in development of this particular tool, the industry would want to be within the threshold or even below the thresholds. And what does that mean? It means that they are going to reformulate. They are going to reformulate their food products to be within the limits set by the Kenyan Nutrient Profile model. For example, if you look at the beverages, non-alcoholic beverages, let's say juices and flavored drinks, you may find that these drinks have sugars of high up to 10 or 15. And this is what community members are consuming when you go for a function outside there in our communities, either a burial or a wedding. You find everyone grabbing a soda or grabbing those packaged juices that are high in sugar. Through this particular tool, the industry is going to reformulate. Number two, the public or the consumers will be able to make decisions faster and easy. And I talked about the new Kenya front of pack labeling system that we are going to introduce because of this profile model. It is going to guide consumers to make quick and easy decisions when they are procuring prepackaged foods without thinking twice. Currently, most Kenyans are becoming health sensitive. Kenyans want to consume foods that are healthy, and they didn't have a background. They didn't have a standard to guide them. So the nutrient profile model guides our community members to make quick and easy decisions. Some other areas like the trans fatty acids that were difficult to regulate, because this particular nutrient, I'm calling it nutrient because it is not a nutrient, is hidden in our foods product, baked food products, confectionaries, our biscuits, our margarines. This particular product is hidden in those food products. With our current regulation of limiting to 0.2 grams per 100 grams, ensures that, 2 grams, ensures that all manufacturers, anybody importing the foods in the Kenyan market must adhere to the 2 grams of trans fats in all the food products. And this is going to help our population and thereby reducing the morbidity and mortality because of non-communicable diseases. So for me, NPM is a game changer. Thank you.
Thanks, Zachary. And that, makes me wonder, especially for KEBS, right? I think KEBS often is accused of allowing a lot of products in the market either that are not, like we know what the law or regulation says, but then what sometimes we find on the ground, there have been reports of people saying that, the product has a KEBS mark, and we know some are produced somewhere in the back street, but what the content is might not necessarily be what is on the labeling. So from a KEBS perspective, moving from policy to practice, what opportunities do you foresee in terms of enforcement of the Kenya Nutrient Kenya Nutrient Profile Model, and how will you deal with manufacturer or the industry pushback? Because I think that is one thing that is always expected. As Zachary says, this means changing several things in how they do things. And of course, when you're changing anything in manufacturing, it also means that there might be related costs to that. So there'll always be pushback. So what opportunities do you see there, and how can we enforce this and have industry fully understanding why this really must be regulated and enforced?
Thank you. The best opportunity about the Kenya Nutrient Profile Model is that it is a public health intervention. And when we are looking at trade versus health, then health takes precedence. So it means that we have a very strong justification on why the Kenya Nutrient Profile Model and why it should be implemented. And since there is a strong justification of the development of Kenya Nutrient Profile Model in order to be able to provide healthy diets and healthy food products to our population, then it means that even the laws that protect trade will be able to be, that justification of public health then takes precedence over trade. Therefore, the opportunity that we see at KEBS is integration of the Kenya Nutrient Profile Model into the standards. And I must say that that one has already been picked by the Kenya Bureau of Standards as a work item. And as we speak, there is a front of pack nutrition labeling standard that is going to support the regulations that are being developed by the Ministry of Health. But that front of pack nutrition labeling standard is not only a Kenyan standard, it is an East African community standard, which is cutting across the 6 East African countries. Therefore, it means that now this has been integrated into trade, and it has in the East African region, this has been recognized as an issue which must be standardized across the East African communities, and now standards are implemented by the industry, which now leaves us as enforcers or regulators to be able to regulate. And on the issue of, let me just mention, because when often most of the times when you hear Kenya Bureau of Standards, you want to ask about what about the products in the market, as you just said. We say as Kenya Bureau of Standards, let's meet halfway. There are no products which do not meet the specifications of the standards that have been set that should retail in our markets. And as Kenya Bureau of Standards officers, we are in almost every region of the country, but then we cannot police every industry or any person even who is manufacturing products without getting the right certification or permission. So what we say, let's meet halfway, let us all be police, and let us report any substandard or products that are not meeting the requirements of the standard. Let us report to the Kenya Bureau of Standards toll-free phone. Let us also come to the KEBS or even write to our customer care. We have a very active customer care. We have very active, robust market surveillance, which we can raise. It is our responsibility as Kenyans to ensure that we get the best. And Kenya Bureau of Standards does not allow substandard or goods that are not met the standards in the market. Thank you very much.
Mumesikia, so if you go into the market and you find something that looks a bit suspicious, I don't know whether Caroline is going to give us her contacts, but she said there is a toll-free number.
Yes, 1546. When you call, it is a 24-hour line. You can report any issue of products that are suspicious.
And is there a follow-up mechanism? Like if I report, I'll be able to know that something happened? Yes, when you report,
you must get a feedback. If you don't get a feedback, please complain to the ombudsman. Kenya has a very good, robust complaints handling management. So if you report a complaint and it is not handled satisfactorily or not even handled, you report to the Ombudsman, which we are also responsible to be able to ensure that all the complaints we receive, we have resolved them.
Please repeat the number.
1546.
1546. Tumeandika sote hiyo number.
Yes, and maybe while I'm still on the floor, also as we check the quality of the products, we have the S mark, standardization mark, in our products. You look at that standardization mark, there is a number below it. Please send that standardization mark number to 20023 to check the validity of the permit of that product, whether that product has gone through the certification process and it has a valid standardization mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. I honestly had no idea that you can actually report to KEBS and they give you follow-up on what you complained about. But even as we talk about, the Kenyan nutrient profile model, of course, we've seen other products that have a lot of health claims, right? So I would assume, Caroline, that would also be one thing that we can also report there, so that also we don't have manufacturers sensationalizing, unhealthy foods or making it look cool. I remember some time back there were some biscuits that had said a healthy diet is balancing two cookies, something like that. Yes, and they had put a weighing scale and made it look very cool, and these things were all over the billboards and stuff like that. So I think even in terms of advertising, beyond manufacturing, we also must make sure that the language that's also being used for advertising, Zachary, also does not actually mislead the population. But I think the KPNMG, of course, gives us an opportunity to already stop that right from the manufacturing level. Now, going into the legal, let's engaging next now our legal hat, Pauline. We have so many laws, right? And this standard joins that huge pile of what we have. And we are great at launching, but what opportunities do you foresee on how we can leverage on the law to strengthen what KEBS is doing? Because I know KEBS have their officers, etc., but we also know that industry pushes back quite strongly, and the law is the only leverage we have for making sure that people actually do comply, right? So what opportunities do we have to make sure that the Kenyan nutrient profile is actually enshrined in law, but also that it actually is followed by industry, regardless of the financial muscle they have to try and to, influence?
I think if you've gotten an opportunity to go through the nutrient profile model, it has made recommendations on some of the interventions that can be used to translate them into actionable or things that can actually benefit Kenyans. And the good thing about this is that we are not starting from a point where there is nothing, because a lot of the principles that have given the Ministry of Health the mandate to actually develop this document are enshrined in the Constitution. When you look at Article 43 on the right to health, when you look at even further down the article when you're talking about quality food, when you're looking at Article 53, when it looks at the right to children, a lot of these rights are already enshrined, right to information, all those are in the Constitution. But the Constitution cannot be such a big, it can be a textbook if you have to go and put all the laws there. So that is why it delegates its power to now the legislative arm of government through acts to actually now go into the nitty-gritties of that. For it, nutrition is something that allows you to, that you're able to get the point where you can enjoy your right to health, your right to information when you're looking at FOPL, restriction to marketing, protecting the rights to children. So in terms of where we're starting from, we are not starting from scratch. But there is more that can happen, because when you look at the current acts that exist, one of the gaps that I know a lot of conversation has been happening with the Ministry of Health is how do we now push nutrition as something that is at the forefront of conversations, because now mortality rates are being overtaken from communicable diseases to non-communicable diseases. So that gap still exists. For us then to translate this into something that is enforceable, and that is why we always turn and look at the law, because the unique thing about the law is that you can enforce. If someone contravenes, you can run to court with them. So this is where we see those kinds of opportunities, bringing policy and mandating right to information to be actualized for people through front of pack warning labels, by restricting marketing of unhealthy foods to children through regulation. And you know, this has actually been done. We've seen it done with tobacco, we've seen it done with alcohol. So if it comes to also protecting our children, we already have case examples that have been there, so we can actually do this moving forward. Then the last component of what you asked is then what kind of redress? How do we ensure that they comply? That's the thing. And this is, I come back, that enforcement element of law is what allows that compliance. Because giving an example, when the Data Protection Act was passed, like we just heard about it, no one really paid attention until we started hearing fines. People are being fined for going on an interview. You said, don't record me, you record. Now it's now an enrichment scheme. And now people start taking it seriously. But it is because there is already a legal framework that you can actually act upon. So the legal landscape is actually meant to be an enabler. It is not an end in itself, because it just provides you that platform to stand strong and actually shout for your right to actually be upheld. So if once we have these policies and laws, front of pack, marketing restrictions, looking at ITFAs and all that, then you can actually stand on a platform and hold industry accountable, or if anyone is contravening that, it's a whole conversation about implementation, but at least you have a starting point.
Great. And before I ask my last question to Zachary, so that we can actually get those burning questions that the audience have. Zachary, looking at the current state of the economy, right? The cost of living, what is the plan around what do we need to do to make sure that while we are working on making sure that what is manufactured is healthy, the manufacturing process does not increase the cost of living? Because sometimes I think the trade-off that we often see is a manufacturer will say, hey, if you expect me to actually reduce this in the manufactured goods, then I would need to replace it with this other product, and we end up having an increase in the cost of the initial product, right? So what really do we need to do to make sure that, as Caroline said, we are also, you know, in health, I don't fully believe in meeting the manufacturer halfway, because, you know, it's cost of disease versus the cost of health. However, we are also there's a reality there that for sure we must make sure that we get this right. So Zachary, how do we do that? And my last question to you would be, for the nutritionists, what opportunities do you foresee especially for social behavior change or just behavior change, so that we can also start getting the consumer demanding better, such that as we use the law to enforce what we want manufactured in terms of healthy foods, the consumer is also demanding manufacturing of healthy foods?
Thank you so much, Stella, for that question. You have argued like the industry. And there's that argument of the economic aspect that, hey, bread is a common staple food in every family for breakfast. Yet you want to increase the price of bread, thereby increasing the cost of living. However, if you look at the flip side of the coin, you find that if I continue consuming this bread that's high in sugar, one, I'm predisposed to cancer. All of us here, you know someone who has had cancer or someone has died from cancer. And the journey towards death for a cancer patient in Kenya is not a sweet story. It has a lot of pain. It has a lot of struggle. It has a lot of family impoverishment. The family uses all their resources. They will sell their land. They will sell their livestock. Even their livelihoods will go. So the argument here we are saying is that public health must precede profits. In as much as we are looking for profits for the industry, and they will argue and say, we are going to employ people, we are creating economy, we are paying taxes. However, this document is not silent about that particular aspect. What we have said is that we'll be proposing subsidies in our fiscal policy document for production of healthy foods. And production is not just from the industry, even from the farm. So that we produce more fruits, that are cheaper, we produce more vegetables that are cheaper, we produce food products in the industry that are prepackaged that are cheaper, and that are nutrient dense and are healthy, removing the four nutrients for concern. So we are proposing that in our fiscal policy document, once it gets a nod from the government to be implemented, that we'll have a subsidy for those who want to come to the Kenyan market and produce healthy food products. In terms of us as nutritionists, we have opportunities to counsel our patients, educate our communities using evidence. You don't just say like layman, sukari ni baya, ama kura chakula kizuri. So what is this chakula kizuri? Now you have a base to start with, especially project your voice. Project a bit. Don't use the mic. That one is for the purpose of the. You can use it for the purpose of recording, but project your voice.
All right. My name is Derek. I work for Home Affairs. My question is, it's with the KEBS. There's an emergence of water manufacturers everywhere. Finally, there is some clean water or just this bottled water. So my question is, how do you regulate this emergence of so many people manufacturing water? How do you guys know that this water is right for drinking? I find that most of the Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much. I'll repeat my question. My question goes to the KEBS lady. We've seen so many emergence of drinking water all around. So many guys are coming up with manufacturing water, the bottled ones. So how do you regulate this emergence of bottled water? Because they're so common and you might not know which is the right one. Somebody just goes somewhere, pick a used bottled water, and then goes and do some research or just he makes a very nice label and goes and package that water. Maybe it's just a tap water. So I think there's a very big emergence of bottled water everywhere. So kindly, KEBS, if you can help us tackle this situation. Thank you so much.
All right. As we go to the last question, so KEBS, about the water, but also we often see the water has ingredients, right? There's water and then there's other ingredients there. Maybe you can also clarify for us, for those who might not be aware, why water also has other ingredients that are added to it. And to the last question from the gentleman at the very front.
Thank you. My name is Dr. John Kinyuru from JQuat, and I'm also the Global Vice President of the Academic Society of Insects as Food and Feed. I have two questions. Anyway, it's one question, but question 1A and then question 1B. Just like a teacher. I would like to hear what was the industry's opinion or voice, probably when you presented this model to them. I've had the privilege of accessing the document immediately it was launched last year. And actually, I have, in my research group at JQuat, we have 2 PhDs who are already using this as a base for their PhDs. So some of the things that you're talking about are already things we are thinking through, and we'll probably be happy to put a voice in the second version or in the second edition of the document when that time comes. But one, what is the industry thinking? When you talk of limiting sugar, saturated fats, and you rightly said these have functions in their food product. They make, the margarine have a good mouthfeel. They make the bread turn brown and nice looking. So when you limit them, what is the industry feeling about this? Number 2, or number 1B, what was it? What ideas are you having about the front of the package labeling, such that the consumer at the supermarket looks at the label and makes a quick decision without waiting for a nutritionist or an expert to tell them, hey, now you look this, look at this, look at this. But is there something, or what ideas are on the table for our consumer? Thank you.
All right, asante sana. Because of time, we'll only take those questions. So I'll just pass the mic and I'll start. I'll want to start with KEBS, and then we can pass the mic, because I think most of the questions, Zachary, are actually landing on your docket. Yeah.
Thank you very much. The Standards Act, CAP 496, requires that all manufacturers who are manufacturing products register their products for standardization mark for certification. Therefore, that does not exclude those who are producing the water, but then there is a boundary. There is the water refill, and then there is the bottled water. What KEBS regulates is the bottled water, but the water refill is under the jurisdiction of public health, and that is how laws have scope in Kenya. So there's the scope where public health reaches, and there's where KEBS picks from. So all bottled water manufacturers have to register with Kenya Bureau of Standards, and then they undergo a certification process, which includes inspection of the sampling of their products, and then getting a certification mark after the products meet the requirements of the standards. Therefore, maybe I wouldn't say much, because I haven't maybe received a complaint over water that maybe if you have a specific issue or with a certain maybe water, then you can report. You are from Homa Bay County. We have an office in Kisumu, the regional office. Then if there's an issue in that area, then it can be reported if it's a quality or safety issue. And then about the what is labeled in the water. We have mineral water. Mineral water means that there are approved minerals which can be added to the waters after it has undergone reverse osmosis. You know, reverse osmosis will strip off the natural minerals that are in the waters. But then also natural water, if it is groundwater, there are minerals that are also naturally available in the water. Water is just not plain. It has other minerals that are in it. So this is just the composition of the water as it is, either naturally or after being added after reverse osmosis. So it's not something, other chemicals that are added to the water. Thank you.
Maybe the last question that the First Lady asked about the market regulations, especially for advertising.
So for advertising, I think maybe Pauline can talk about that because it is under other jurisdiction. But what KEBS has is a guideline for nutrition claims. So if someone says it is high in fiber, for example, there is a guideline on how you can be able to claim that is high in fiber, and that one is regulated by KEBS. So if you find maybe nutritional claims, and if they are not factual or you have a complaint about it, that one comes to KEBS. But advertising, maybe Pauline can speak about it.
Maybe I'll just speak directly from what she talks about. We all know that we have the right to, expression, right? But I don't think a lot of us have ever thought about marketing is actually a small derivative from that expression, and we normally term it as commercial speech. So it is their ability to exercise that by, representing their products in a manner that is appealing to drive up sales. Now, when we bring that into the conversation that we are having right now, human beings are very ingenious, and in the pursuit of profits and money in your pocket, you know what can happen sometimes. But then that is something that the law also foresaw, and we have a number of laws that go to address those areas. So I think in addressing, she was the young lady was asking questions about how then do you ensure that space is, it's well regulated and redress mechanisms in that area. And one thing to start from is you need to, a lot of people do not understand or do not know, number one, that this is actually wrong, because it is actually in the Constitution. And maybe just to highlight a few, if you look at the Consumer Protection Act, it talks about the extent to which it provides some boundaries to how those representations can be made in marketing, which also tries to limit misleading information to consumers. And also when you look at the Sale of Goods Act, it also has provisions on how you can make representations to that. And it is interesting to know that it's not about what they say objectively, because you can argue anything, but it is how you receive, how the consumer perceives the product. I just came from a meeting today morning, and there was a lady who was giving Greek-style yogurt, and there's a manufacturer who, instead of writing, in there they've written Greek, and then style very small, and then yogurt. So when you're going to buy, and you know the way you're moving, you are looking at the product, and you see Greek yogurt, because you're not seeing the small style there, because it is very small. So it is coming off as Greek yogurt, which of course the benefits of the Greek yogurt versus this Greek style yogurt and the difference. And she was asking whether in her post they could sue her because she was calling them out. And I told her, actually you could sue them because that is misrepresenting. It's coming off. You see, the way the consumer will perceive the product when they're passing to buy is not what they're intending. And then now they're putting that small and then justifying, but we put that style there. They should have looked. No, the law is supposed to protect you. So where do you find redress? There are a number of places. There is the Competition Authority, which also is the body that implements the Consumer Protection Act. There is a complaint system there. If you go to their website, they have a way where you can file. It's actually very easy. Just go to the website. There's a complaint section there. You can file. There are also avenues where you can raise this with KEBS when it comes to claims. I know Kasiwai has highlighted that. And if worse comes to worse, and I know Kenyans love money, wapeleke tu kotini, and then you say you didn't like
is not, and that's why we shied off from talking about this formulation. And the reason we did that is because and by the way, this is just an additional information. When you go to the supermarket today, please go and read those particular products because this which is called fruit juice drink. Another one called fruit juice. Interesting, they have the same photo on the image. The images are the same. Wataweka machungwa hapo, wataweka apple hapo, but hapa imeandikwa fruit juice drink. And that also has a standard from KEBS, what becomes a drink and what becomes a juice. Are you together? So we compared all those particular components. And then finally, in terms of front of pack labeling, I would want you to go and check NPM Annex 2. Annex 2 has introduced different symbols, or I call it an information system that is going to guide consumers as they procure their food products. So that once you see this particular symbol, currently when you see the standardization mark, you know that this particular product has been approved by KEBS because it has that standardization mark. So you'll have a front of pack labeling.
Thank you. So if you go to the Annex 2 in that document, you find that we have prescribed a symbol that is going to be uniform, applied across the whole country to inform consumers so that, and then that is going to be followed by. For example, when you see green, you know that is Safaricom. When you see red, you know that is Airtel. The same will have continuous information to the consumer so that when they look at this symbol, they will know that this one is talking, when you see a product this symbol, it means that this particular symbol is high in. And finally, as I conclude, when Kasiwai was talking about citation mark, I checked. Interestingly, I didn't know whether this water has been approved. It is very interesting in 200223. I sent that number, which is SM#826, and I got the report immediately. Permit number 826, product, drinking water, brand, blah, blah, manufacturer, all that, and the date. So this is now what I'm thinking, Stella, that as Institutional Fraternity, we should need to come up with such a platform whereby consumers can ask questions and they can get feedback immediately rather than waiting. We can even talk about Tuzugumzie Lishe Bora as a platform that nutritionists can interact with the community members. You ask a question, either it has an AI interactive mechanism whereby the AI responds, or it has customer care experts who are answering questions as they come. So thank you so much, and God bless you.
Asante sana, and I think that's a good way to end, that we actually need to, as a way forward, work on a platform where we actually able. I guess they are how much energy we have today. So I think that's a good way to end this. From the Ministry of Health, Madam Veronica and the team, even the Advocacy Technical Working Group, just hearing from what Zachary said, let's come up with that platform where we can continue to not only educate the public, but also get their feedback on make sure if I just mention it.
Okay, I've just remembered something. Allow me to just timekeeper because of I know time is spent. After the publication of the NPM, we had a partner called Access to Nutrition Initiative who conducted a market survey in Kenya, and this market survey was conducted across 30 major food manufacturers for both food and beverages, and that report is accessible online. Just go and Google Kenya Market Assessment Survey by Access to Nutrition Initiative, And it's very interesting. That particular survey showed that over 90% of our food products, when they are subjected to NPM thresholds, all of them failed. 90%, all of them failed. Very interesting. And then there's also a dashboard. And that dashboard is very interactive. You can select a particular food product, a particular company, out of the 30 companies, and you are going to see their market product profiles across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm almost now really taking back the microphone by force before. Henry, please, as you come to take us through the next stage of the program. So as nutritionists, we've seen this is not just a tool, it's a system enabler, right? It's an opportunity we have to actually influence change in behavior, but also making sure that the products in the first place are not available for people to consume. So I implore you, please, provide us with the data on what you're seeing in terms of trends as we continue to implement this model, so that then the team of experts can actually use that data to improve the tool, but also, to see whether we're actually getting the right outcomes. Asanteni sana to my panelists, and over to you, Henry.
Thank you. Tuwapigie makofi. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Tunaangusha once. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. I think we've learned a lot, and I love the fact that there is one way forward that has come out of this. We should think of an interactive session or interactive platform that the members of the public can be able to interact with nutrition professionals. It could be AI-powered or could be professionals answering questions, because if you look at the information that is outside there, even on TikTok and all the other social media platforms, you realize that misinformation is taking it up. So thank you. Members, kindly, if I could indulge your, I want to request something, that we do tea, starting with the first 2 tables here. And because after this, we are coming back for a high-level panel discussion. So I would kindly request the members who are seated at the front, the first and the second table, if you could lead us in having a cup of coffee, so that then when you sit down, it is the same table that is coming here for the next panel discussion. So members, thank you so much. And for our online team, kindly give us 20 minutes. We want, once these 2 tables are through taking tea, then we can start with the next session so that we save on time. Remember, we need to have a bit of more time so that you are able to change to your dinner outfit. So kindly, if we could proceed. Thank you. We are only going to take 20 minutes. Thank you. So members, kindly, if we could have tea and we sit down where we are seated, take your tea, come back to your table so that we continue with the next session. Thank you.
There is a great difference between dietitian and nutritionist, and even most nutritionists don't know that, right? So we need to tailor the needs of nutrition capacity to the needs of the population, so that those training are at the end of the day very useful. And we stand ready to support the Ministry of Health, to support the civil society, and to support the academic institution to make this capacity building, quality capacity building, a reality in Kenya. Thanks.
I think that is a point to give a round of applause, because when the chair, if you're giving a round of applause, please do. Thank you. Yes. Now he says this was his last statement, that he is ready. So the organization here being UNICEF is ready to support Nutrition Association of Kenya and any other academic institution as far as our profession is concerned. Don't you think that is a point of giving a round of applause and appreciating that fact? Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Now, Miss Veronica, we've had what we call Knpm. All right, I know a number of counties that have developed now what we call the County Nutrition Action Plan, guided by the Kenya Nutrition Action Plan coming from the national government. Having considered that, what do you see, the next couple of years looking like as far as the Knpm is concerned?
Thank you very much for the question. Maybe for those who don't know, Knpm stands for Kenya Nutrition Action Plan. Currently, we are on the third generation, which they are aligned to the medium-term plans. So the current one goes from 2023 to 2027. But it's important to, because you have asked, where do I see, going forward? Knpm, because it's a 5-year plan, is put in terms of multi-sectoral actions that are priority for Kenya. And the good thing is that it's a life course. So you are looking from pregnancy all the way to the older person, looking at what are the nutrition needs and the nutrition challenges that government needs to intervene. So for us, going by the Knpm 2, which was 2018 to 2022, and we saw that with that approach, we were able to significantly reduce the level of stunting from 26% to 18%. But we are not yet there. So why are we not there? And I think that's where, because we would have wanted that no child is left behind when it comes to nutrition status, and that we are not having stagnating breastfeeding rates. But one of the challenge is in terms of coverage of our intervention. I really want to appreciate the partners in the room, because the support they have given is what actually has contributed to that progress. But then, as a country, knowing that we are low middle income, Ismail here, mother there, tell me they're having a challenge resource mobilizing for Kenya, because we are not at the same place with our neighbors, which actually it is. So how do we then increase coverage of the critical intervention that are in Knpm? It has to be domestic resources. And so what we are doing is really upping our advocacy for increase in domestic funding. Most of the time, we really we participate in the MTEF budgeting. It's really, when nutrition, you are fighting with the medical space, and the kit is so small, but never give up. So with that, I'm happy, because yesterday when I went to see our chief finance officer and I was asking, so what is there for nutrition in the next financial year? And at least I was assured, at least there is some money that was allocated. So what we are saying is that even at the county level, because of the way nutrition is devolved, we are talking about Knpm, but for us to be able to improve the nutrition indicators, then the counties need to do the work. And hence, the synapses have to be funded. So we want to walk that journey also with the counties, so that they can also get increased domestic resources, also leveraging on some other exciting opportunity, like the UNICEF Child Nutrition Fund. It's a carrot and stick. Put 1 shilling, get 1, yeah? So that's another, another advocacy. We are moving to the county. My friend here, Ismail, has been to many counties, but now we are looking at the mechanism of how, so that as a country, we benefit from that, that funding. So I think that the future is bright. And when I was going for tea there, and I was telling my friend, Celine, I think, this room makes me feel old, but not in a bad sense, because I said, I am seeing young professionals who are here and will be able to take nutrition to where we want it to be. Mm-hmm. And by the way, we are currently developing the National Nutrition and Dietetics Policy. We've already started. The ministry has put, oh yeah, yes? And for the first time, it has kick-started with funds from the ministry. I mean, showing commitment. And the partners in this room, they already put commitment that we want to finish that policy in the course of this government. Actually, it's one of the priorities for the State Department that we finish before the break of the parliament, because after we do the policy, we also require a bill. So I think the KNAP then has a bright future, because that bill will be able now to look at the coordination. It will look at sustainable financing. It will look at the workforce for nutrition. So I really ask for your support because, you know, a bill is not a small thing to push, but I think that's what we want to get, so that the KNAP can be fully funded without over-reliance on the donor, and we can be able to reach the 47 counties. Thank you.
Absolutely. Please, a round of applause. Now, another round of applause because you'll be supporting Ms. Veronica Quiroga to have the bill done. For yourselves, of course. Thank you. Now, Mr. President, where do you see nutritionists and dietitians coming in as far as policy is concerned?
Thank you. My commitment and the commitment of the association is that we do a lot of training, and I hope our members, most of them have been trained under Nutrition and Dietetics Academy, where we do short courses on policy development, on specialization courses, and this is something that we shall continue to endeavor to ensure that we build capacity so that our professionals are able to plug into various other processes, both at the county and the national level. It is worth noting that we have most of our professionals plugging into most of these processes, may it be at policy development, document development, and one of the things that the association has really taken care of is the young nutritionists and the students who are part and parcel of us, so that we, as we build our profession, and Madam Veronica has well mentioned that there is a good presence of our young generation, because there's a philosopher who once said that if there is no young generation in any given process, then it means that at some point it comes to an end.
Absolutely. And I totally agree with you. I am a beneficiary of NDA myself. I specialize in renal nutrition. A round of applause for me. Thanks. Of course. All right. So, Ms. Veronica, please talk to us about the financing, as far as public financing for nutrition as a course on its own, because I know it is somewhere existing, and you are probably seated with one of those who've gone through it.
Thank you. I think that ties to traditionally nutrition investments were heavily donor funded, and so when we sat and with the UNICEF, we saw that we need then to have build capacity so that we can have very top-notch advocates for domestic funding, because that's where we start. Because we know that as a country, the revenue we have, given our needs, it depends on how well you are able to put your need on the table, how good a negotiator you are, and meaning that then you also have to have the facts with you in terms of that investment, what is the impact. So the public finance for nutrition equips the public servant and also the NGOs in that space in terms of giving the facts and also the skills to be able to push for public financing. We've already trained TOTs. I don't know whether you are part of it, no, but we have already trained the TOTs through the funding from UNICEF. We have the Kenya Institute, KSG, Kenya School of Government, the ones who are administering the training, and together we have already been able to develop a curriculum. So after the TOT now, it's scaling that that training, so that we have as many people understanding in terms of what you need when we are pushing for public finance for nutrition, noting that nutrition is not the only need in the country, but how do you package it so that it is able to sell and to convince the financier to put money. And the financier is the treasury, it is the county treasury, and so with that, we are saying with a good number, critical number of professionals who understand public finance for nutrition, we will be able to push for increased funding. And I think at that point, it's also important to say that the African Union Commission currently, they have also drafted what we are calling a funding target for nutrition. They did collect information from member countries, and what they want to come up with is a percent. You see, like the way you have the Abuja Declaration for Health or the Malabo for Agriculture, we also have a funding target for nutrition. I know as we were doing the validation, they were mentioning what was coming out is about 3% of the total budget in a country should go to nutrition. So once that document is out and we have people who are trained in public finance for nutrition, I know together we can be able now to push with facts, and that with every dollar invested in nutrition in Kenya gets how much? $22. I don't think even Shaba, Prots, where I come is a plot is a big thing. I don't think you can be able to make that kind of money. So with those facts, I think for the young professional is have an investment case that you are pushing, even when we are, when you're talking about investment, because that's what will convince a financier to put money. That's what will convince the CEC to be able to put money to nutrition. Thank you.
Amazing. I think that is really amazing to hear, right? Good. Dr. Ismail, for the sake of most of us who are young professionals, do you mind mentioning in a minute what the 1 shilling child fund entails? The children's fund entails? 1:1.
Yeah. Yeah, in a nutshell, the Child Nutrition Fund, it's an innovative funding mechanism for UNICEF to support countries. These days the donors are broke. It sounds weird to say that donors are broke. The only donor who is not broke is the government. So when you don't get money from the government, it means you have not made your case correctly. That's why advocacy for nutrition is there. And since UNICEF, you know that the government is not broke, and we are. Hi, Martha. We have probably borrowed it from Nutrition International. The country director is in the room. They have been trying to have this matching mechanism with some of the countries. So we are trying to scale this type of investment in Kenya. The Child Nutrition Funds, can be bold here. Actually, it's 1.8 billion US dollars. Billion, not Kenya shillings, right? But this is for all the countries in the world. It's not for Kenya. The good news is that it's not earmarked for a country. So if Kenya put forward his proposal, and it's a solid one, Kenya will get funded. And the 2 key windows are the service window and commodities windows, whereby, as director said, until now, UNICEF and some other organizations were the one procuring, for instance, vitamin A or IUTF for the country. Now that we are broke, we are saying if the government is able to provide 50%, we will provide the other 50%. And so if a country like my favorite one, Makweni, we have estimated that they need 2,000 cartons of IUTF to treat their malnourished children. What we have been telling the governor is that just get 1,000 and UNICEF will provide the other 1,000. So what Madam Veronica was saying is that be careful, because the governor could say, I have my 1,000 here. Then you come with your 1,000 and he withdraw his 1,000. So that's why we are working with the CFO, with the National Treasury, with the COG, etc., to have mechanisms in place so that this dollar for dollar or shilling for shilling mechanism, it's not depending on politics. It's not going to disappear in 2027 if there is a change in a county government or in the national government. The other nice window of that is the service window, because the commodity windows, it's easy. But the service window for the child nutrition funds means if a county or the national government is investing in nutrition-specific interventions, let's say promotion as exclusive breastfeeding, and then they clearly put the resources towards that, we work with them on a proposal to match and sometimes to surpass what the government has put. So when the government of, let's pick another favorite county, Kirinyaga, is working on their synapse, their county nutrition action plan, and they decide exclusive breastfeeding is a priority, and we are going to put 1 million Kenya shillings. That million Kenya shillings probably is going to reach only 20% of caregivers and women in Kirinyaga. Then UNICEF and partners and the central government, we are sitting with them and said, okay, put your 1 million aside, let's have a proposal. Let's speak now that we have seen the willingness of the county to put money into this. So we will develop a proposal with them that probably will go from the 20% target because of the lack of resources in the county to, let's say, 50%, 60%. So the Child Nutrition Fund is that mechanism where Kenya could, at any point in time, any day, and as many times as Kenya wants, send a proposal to UNICEF, then we will transmit it to our headquarters, saying we have the assurance that central government and county government are putting this money, it's secured, so it's time for you, UNICEF, to match it. So that's, in a nutshell, is what the Child Nutrition Fund is about.
And I think that is an amazing thing, considering the pullout of many donor-funded programs. I think a majority of us who have interacted with 45 blended flour for adults, for children, for pregnant and lactating mothers can attest that the last, say, 5 years now, we've not had those flours at our facilities. Yes or no? Right? CSB Plus is also scaling itself out of the system. Have you noticed that? So having such an arrangement means that we get to maintain really good nutrition status for our clientele and of course our fellow countrymen from across the nutrition cycle, but most importantly that we get to maintain our relationship. And I think that is an amazing thing, right? All right, so to the insect hunter. The very last question before we go and figure out whether we are having insects for dinner, which is a really good thing, would be if we knew, considering there are people who ate insect biscuits and they didn't know. Where do you see insects being food and feed in our country? How well can we ensure that we break barriers around it? I mean, for example, if you knew you were eating crickets, would you be eating them? Team yes, of course, and the majority of the house is no. So how do we break this barrier? Like, perfect example of our own colleagues right here. How do we break that barrier?
Well, I think it begins with one step. And I want to tell you my real story. It's exactly 20 years since I started working on edible insects. I presented my master's proposal in the year 2006 to the panel of professors. And among the professors was one from the community that traditionally eats insects. And he asked me a question after I'd done a marvelous presentation. And he asked me, have you ever eaten those things? I said, no. And true, I had not eaten them before. And so he said, let me tell you what happens when you eat them. If you go to the toilet, they walk away. In other words, he's telling you, they don't get digested. They walk out. And you can be sure that influenced the marks I got in that presentation very negatively, because I just nearly passed too. Because most of the people in that panel also were not consumers of insects. So they were actually convinced that those things walk away when you go to the toilet. So it didn't pass, but passed with flying colors. Ilipita too, just a little. But then my supervisor said, don't worry, let's do this. And the journey from 2006 to 2026 has been phenomenal. We have seen a change from that point where it was looked at with skepticism, that they walk away, to a point of where can we get the powder? Where can we get the cricket cookies? Where can we get, capsules of chitin? But of course, it's been a journey of a lot of hurdles. From looking at them, harvesting them from the wild, to getting to a point where we started farming them. And we started having farming communities farm them, and they would harvest a kilo, half a kilo, 2 kilos. Today we have companies that are producing and harvesting 200 kilos every week of crickets in Kenya, not outside Kenya, in this country. It has taken a lot of basic research to show they are nutritious, they are good food, they taste good, they look good, and they have positive impact to health. We have conducted numerous clinical trials in this country with children and their mothers in this country. And that data is published, it's out there. These are some of the things I talk about in my blog. Yeah? And from mothers who fed their children with a cricket-enriched porridge, in Uasin Gishu County, we fed for 12 months children from 6 months. And apart from noting noticeable growth, body measurements, growth, you could hear mothers talking things like, my child actually is glowing better. My child no longer gets makamasi. What is makamasi? Flu. Flu. Cases of diarrhea have reduced. To a recent study in Ruambwa sub-county, Siaya County, those are, apart from saying, hey, they increased, the MWAC was different, the Z scores were like this, nice scientific stories. But when you talk to the mothers, they tell you, by the way, from the time my child started eating this porridge, they don't even eat the other one. They will prefer this one. Because insects, when you put them in the cereals, the maize, the sorghum, the millet, they add the taste and the flavor from the oils and the proteins when they cook. They emanate some nice smells. And the children tend to identify with those nice tasting, whatever. Without adding sugar, the child prefers that porridge because it has a nice twist to the flavor and the smell. But this takes technology to develop food products that appeals. So we are working on ways in which to influence you, your attitude. And we are starting with the young generation, the children, because those ones are easy to form their opinions. You'll start saying, oh, where were they grown? Oh, it's looking at me. If you talk to my people in Mount Kenya region, they'll not even eat omena because they say it's looking at me. Yeah. What about convincing them to eat a cricket? It's a tall order. But with time, we have seen the curve growing through developing products that have hidden crickets in them. But when you go to Nyanza, they'll tell you, we want to see the cricket because we want to taste the cricket because they are accustomed to eating some insects, onyoso and others, okay? So changing perceptions, developing new food products, using technology to make nutritious but appealing, good looking. You eat ugali because it smells nice, it looks good, it tastes good. So a food product must have all those parameters plus being nutritious. Otherwise, nutrition alone will not going to sell to the kitchen. But it smells good, it tastes good, it is affordable, it's going to sell in the kitchen. So those are the interventions we are doing to see, can we diversify our food basket with these interesting animal protein source.
Amazing. A round of applause for that, please. A round of applause for this, please. And I believe from these conversations that we just had now, that we are picking things that can work for us where we are, whether you are coming from Homa Bay County, Siaya County, myself, Laikipia County, Nyeri County, Moranga County, Nairobi County, right here. To the young manufacturers, I think the insect hunter is your friend. True or false? Talk to me, true or false? Yes, we are looking at having better generations along the nutrition cycle. So I am going to request my panelists to step down one by one. We'll appreciate you until we get to sit down, because you are incredible people. And we look at how incredible you are, and we'll want to appreciate you today, because after all, we got a Food and Nutrition Award Gala dinner that is about to start. So how about we start with you now, right? All right, the insect hunter, we will appreciate them until they get to sit down. There you go, until we get to sit down. You can slow down if you wish, though. Yeah, you can slow down if you wish. All right, Dr. Ismail Tad. Until he gets to sit down. Thank you so much for supporting UNICEF as well as supporting us. We appreciate you. Miss Veronica Kirogo. Division of Nutrition, this is where we are represented, people. Ministry of Health, until she gets to sit down. If you want to slow down and talk, we don't really mind. We don't really mind. We don't really mind. And finally, a better round of applause for your President, Nutrition Association of Kenya. Until he gets to sit down, guys. Do you want to slow down? You can agree with me that was a very productive conversation, right? And you've picked out things that you can take back home and start employing, right? Now, right about now, we need to appreciate a good number of students who have done very well. And to help me do that will be Milan Ochieng, the Director, Nutrition and Dietetics Academy. A round of applause, please. Until he gets here, until I hand over the mic.
Thank you very much. I can operate from here. I wanted this. Yes. Thank you very much. A round of applause. That was malnourished. We try again, a round of applause. Mild malnutrition. A round of applause. Very good, discharged. Thank you very much for our distinguished guests. All protocols observed. We thank you for the opportunity to grace our occasion. We'll take the shortest time possible to be able to allow us to be able to also have a small break. Then we come back for the evening dinner. Now, I want to assure the insect hunter that we have, from one point to another, also tried insects, isn't it? Especially from my backyard, Ngwen, Onyoso, isn't it? The harmless ones. And then there's a cricket, the one that looks like a warrior. Anyway, but we thank God that all this science is coming to our fold, and it's supposed to help us to be able to improve. One thing that I want to be able to be proud of is that in the whole of this session, we have had the UNICEF country director basically also mentioning about capacity building. I want to assure us that that is why the Nutrition and Dietetics Academy exists. And our core values and core mandates are 3 pillars. 1 is on capacity building, that is basically training. 2 is on consultancy. and 3 is on research. Those are the only 3 businesses that we transact. And we thank you very much for showing up this day. And we hope that one of the things that we hope to be able to achieve is to be able to have a physical nutrition and dietetics academy. Isn't it? Makofi. Madam Veronica, most of this audience have been an alumni by a short course or a specialty course that is conducted by the Nutrition and Dietetics Academy. If you have ever been trained at Nutrition and Dietetics Academy, can you lift up your hand? Madam Director, nataka kuwaona. Inua mkono tu, hata kama ni online. You can see almost 90% of this room have had an interaction. Clap for yourself. Very good. Have had an interaction with the academy, and the academy is borrowing heavily from Benchmark. I know there are people who have asked us one question: are you a university or a college? But I can tell you, if that question is relevant, then we should be able to ask Eat Right Academy and why they have to do specialty training for their members, and also have got a separate board that basically licenses them. Sinukweli? Is that correct? Yes. We have got the Irish Nutrition and Dietetics Institute also doing the same thing, and also we have got the British Dietetics Association that also does the same thing. And therefore, continentally, we are also hooking up with other associations to be able to see what they basically have. So permit me, in the shortest time possible, to be able to introduce specialty students. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, Nutrition and Dietetics Academy is founded in 2018, is a product of Nutrition Association of Kenya. We focus on training, consultancy, and research to advance excellence in nutrition and dietetics practice. Our specialty programs are CPD accredited, and therefore they are premised on the CPD framework of the Kenya Nutrition and Dietetics Institute, benchmarked against global standards, drawing lessons from the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, Eat Right, the British Dietetics Association, and the Irish Nutrition Dietetics Institute to be able to provide specialty training. We are pleased to present to you our 7th cohort of specialty students currently that have been awarded licensure by the Kenya Institute of Dietetics, Kenya Nutrition and Dietetics Institute, KNDI, to be able to practice critical care nutrition, renal nutrition, oncology nutrition, pediatric nutrition, and also borrowing from what Zach mentioned about lifestyle diseases, we also have certified diabetes educators. I want to be able to pause there for a moment and say that this particular product or course was drawn and inspired by Zach. Zach, you may not have known, but there's a conference, a CME, a symposium that you were the main facilitator on diabetes management, and you challenged us to be able to start taking a product of doing certified diabetes educators course in Nakuru, if you can remember. So that is basically what gave birth to this, and we have got, we thank you to have such resources within our midst. And our trainers have also been trained certified diabetes educators using the international body that basically does this also continentally. So these professionals are undertaking rigorous competency-based training. They've done that, designed to be able to equip them with specialized skills to be able to improve patients' outcomes in critical and chronic care settings. And I must say that this has also been absorbed by a number of facilities. I can give example of one of the counties that basically advertised for the position of critical care nutritionist. And not only one, they wanted like close to 10. So you can be able to see that this is a space that is growing, that could be able to set you apart from the rest of the population that is basically seeking employment and also seeking specialty. So I want to invite our chair to be able to join me to be able to help us to be able to issue the certificates to these wonderful ladies and gentlemen. And once you receive your certificate, we will be able to ask you to be able to stay put so that we take a group photo. Then I think we will be done for that particular segment. So Chair, if you could get a mic, you could help lead us how we will be able to be awarding these certificates.
Thank you so much, Milan. I am going to kindly request Madam Veronica to join us, Dr. Ismail, Dr. Martha Nyagaya, kindly. May I call upon these graduates to come at the front, Kipruto Nahashon Rop, Jane Mwen Mutuku, Edward Mjomba, Mwakangalu, Linda Nelima Lukulu. Are you in the room? Kindly come. Eunice Simpili Kilesi. Please let us appreciate them. If I could mention the course, Martha Musangi Nzioka, Critical Care Nutrition. Kindly let us appreciate them. Mariam Omar Mbada, Critical Care Nutrition. Kindly let us appreciate them. Benjamin Nyangena Masara, Critical Care Nutrition. Mase Nasieku Lesamburi, Critical Care Nutrition. Faith Jebiwot Rotich, Oncology Nutrition. Linda Nekesa Simiyu, Oncology Nutrition. Gillian Jerotich Kiptum, Oncology Nutrition. Esther Wangari Waiganjo, Certified Diabetes Educator Professional. Dauphin Mokeira Ombui, Certified Diabetes Educator Professional. Grace Muthoni Kariuki, Certified Diabetes Educators Professional. Marian Alinul Sarbo, Certified Diabetes Educators Professional. Mutua Eunice Moeni, Certified Diabetes Educators Professional. Murathimi Josephine Wairimo, Certified Diabetes Educators Professional. So if we could start from the end, Murathimi Josephine, I'll request Dr. Ismail to present the certificate. Are you in the room? Kindly, if you could come here. Let us congratulate them. Thank you so much. You can wait there. We want to take a photo with our guests. If you could wait down there kindly. Mutua Eunice Moeni, Madam Martha Nyagaya, if you could kindly help us in presenting. Marian, is Marian here? No. Grace Muthoni Kariuki, Director, if you could help us give the certificates. Celine, please come forward. I'm kindly requested that we take like 30 seconds so that they're able to take photos. Dauphin Mokeira Ombui. Celine, if you could help us present this certificate. Dr. Kenyuru, if you could help us present this. Celine, kindly wait. Esther Wangari Waiganjo. Gillian Jerotich Kiptum, are you here? No, we move to the next person, who is Lydia Nekesa Simiu. Now we have an oncology nutritionist. Are you here? No. Daktari, If you could wait so that we take a photo with them. Faith Jebiwot Rotich. Is Faith here? Mercy? Nasieku? Yes. Daktari, if you could help us present certificates. Benjamin. Is Benjamin here? Yes, kindly. Dr. Martha, if you could help us present this. Mariam Omar, are you here? We move to the next one. Martha Musangi Nzioka. Is Martha here? Okay. Eunice Impiri. Had seen Eunice. Yes. Director, if you could help us present this. Linda Nelima, you here? I'll request Celine to help us present the certificate. Edward Mjomba Mwakangalu. Now we have a pediatric nutritionist. Dr. Kenyuru, kindly. Kipruto Nahashon Rop. Daktari, let me tell you the challenges are there in the management of renal nutrition. They are on another level, and now we have a specialist in renal nutrition. Congratulations. Jane Mweni. Jane Mweni is here. I see as if all of us have certificates right now, meaning that the rest are not with us. I'm going to kindly request you to join us here on stage so that we can take a photo with our distinguished guests, and then you take a photo of the graduates on your own. Kindly, if you could join us here. Thank you so much. I request our distinguished guest to step down, and we leave the graduates to take their photo. Thank you. Congratulations. Sawa now. Sawa, are you ready? Yes. Congratulations.
For them. A clap for them. Usisikie vibaya.
You can show your certificates to the
Usisikie
camera.
vibaya. Clap for them. Let us celebrate them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sawa, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of the first segment. Thank you so much to our partners. Thank you, Madam Veronica Kirogo, for leading us in this. It was good being hosted by the Ministry of Health and being led in the dissemination. Thank you so much, Dr. Ismail. Thank you so much, Dr. Kenyuru. Thank you so much, Karo Kasiwai. Thank you so much, Martha Nyagaya. Thank you, Celine. Thank you, NCD Alliance. Thank you, Kelin. And thank you to all of us. We are going to break, ladies and gentlemen. We take a break and we come back at 7. So this is the time that you will take to change to the to the attire that you are so waiting for. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much and God bless you.
A round of applause for your president, please. Now, for the sake of us, all right, for the sake of us who do not remember, this is a black tie event, 2nd edition of Foods Nutrition Awards. So that means, yes, we are actually changing. And for those who are interested or need to change, when you exit right there, go to the other end, you'll find one called Esther Karanja. she is a renal nutritionist, she'll be waiting to show you where to change. It is that serious. Very serious. Now, for the rest of us who do not need to change, kindly sample the exhibitions, and we'll be starting and serving dinner 7 p.m. prompt. Happy hunting. A round of applause, please, as Miss Celine Award comes in. Until she gets here, you know the drill. Until she gets here, yes, you look amazing.
Thank you very much, Grace. So, the chief guest, Ms. Mary Mudhoni, Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards, Ministry of Health, Dr. Ismail Teta, Chief Nutrition Officer, UNICEF Kenya Country Office, Veronica Kirogo, Director Nutrition and Dietetics, Ministry of Health, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is a great honor to address you this evening at the annual Nutrition Excellence Awards dinner and the dissemination of the Kenya Nutrient Profile Model that we just had this afternoon. And on behalf of the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA, I wish to extend our heartfelt congratulations to all the award recipients whose dedication and commitment have set new benchmarks in the pursuit of nutrition excellence. Tonight marks a significant milestone for Kenya's public health sector The launch and the dissemination of the Kenya Nutrient Profile Model is a testament to our collective resolve to advance nutrition policy and improve the health of our nation. The Knpm will empower policymakers, health professionals, civil society organizations, and other advocacy groups, as well as the food industry, to make evidence-based decisions and protect and promote the well-being of all Kenyans, especially children and vulnerable communities. At ILA, we believe that sound legislation is the cornerstone of sustainable change, and by partnering with stakeholders across government, civil society organizations, and as well as academia, we have worked tirelessly to ensure that the Knpm reflects both global best practices and Kenya's unique needs. Therefore, our collaborative approach underscores the importance of inclusivity and transparency in policy development. Let us remember that nutrition is not just a health issue, it is a matter of social justice, economic development, and national progress. And so as we celebrate tonight's achievements, I urge each of you to continue championing nutrition advocacy, supporting evidence-based interventions, and promoting healthier food environments for all. To our chief guest, Madam Mary Muthoni, ILA, in collaboration with other civil society organizations, some of them represented here tonight, that is KELIN, NCD Alliance Kenya, National Council of Churches of Kenya, as well as research partner, the African Population and Health Research Center. Collectively, we are supporting the Division of Nutrition and Dietetics in developing critical regulatory and policy interventions to shape Kenya's food environment. We therefore respectfully request your office's support in fast-tracking the finalization of these regulatory documents. Our funding partner, Bloomberg Philanthropies, in collaboration with other global partners, including the Global Health Advocacy Incubator, remain committed to supporting these work streams. And Madam PS, you may remember that you met part of this team in your office last year in July. And so I'd like to just bring to your attention that this delegation that met in your office last year in July, and through this engagement played a key role for Kenya as a country to be elevated to a priority country, which means that more resources then come in to support different streams in the food environment policy. However, there is a growing concern that Kenya may be losing this momentum that was demonstrated between 2024 and 2025. And therefore, as I close, Madam PS, I'd like to thank our partners very much, including our sponsors, our development partners, and also the organizing committee of this event for their unwavering support and commitment and diligence in this work. And together, let us work together to build a brighter future and a healthier future for Kenya. And once again, congratulations to all the award winners, and thank you all for your commitment to excellence.
Another round of applause until she gets to sit down, please. Yes, yes. If you want to slow down, Miss, I really don't mind. Yes, until you appreciate it. That is good. Yes, please have a sit. All right, our chief guest, the next speaker here is one who's partnered with our professionals for a very long time. And the title of this particular organization speaks to us all from an international perspective, right? So please make welcome to Dr. Martha Nyagaya. Until she gets here, please. Until she gets here. Yes. Yes. Take your time, Dr. Ari, until you get here, and I get to hand over the mic.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam P.S. Muthoni, our chief guest this evening. Dr. Teta, my friend. Henry, Veronica, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, partners, students, everybody, good evening. My name is Martha Nyagaya. I am the country director for Nutrition International. Nutrition International is the only global nutrition organization that works only on nutrition. We are a program of Global Affairs Canada. We're not a typical NGO. And standing before you this evening is a great honor. By the way, I am a Gen X. That's why I have a paper. I try to do some cool things. And sometimes when I talk to young people in the office, they say things like, it was a vibe. I hope this is gonna be another vibe. Let me begin by appreciating the Ministry of Health. I also chair the Sun Civil Society Alliance, who is one of the sponsors of this event today, the Nutrition Association of Kenya, and the Nutrition and Dietetics Academy for convening this important moment. The nutrition community is our gang, from community nutritionists to dietitians in the hospital, to the lecturers that are training nutritionists out there, to our champions like Madam Mary Mudhoni, and to the community health workers that are championing nutrition. And that is the gang that we represent here today. I would like to start by congratulating all the awardees for their excellence, but I must say that bringing nutritionists together for both technical dissemination of the Kenya nutrient profile model and an awards dinner is a brilliant idea, because we all know that nutrition Allow me to say a few things about Nutrition International. Our mission is to see a world where everybody everywhere is able to reach their full potential through good nutrition. We say we make the difference because nutrition is the difference. It's the difference between getting a disease and surviving it, isn't it? It's the difference between taking a child to school and enabling that child to learn. But it's also the difference between giving birth to a child and enabling that child to survive and thrive. And so the civil society organization is a network of about 300 organizations doing different things nutrition. And our connection with the Nutrition and Dietetics Academy and the Nutrition Association of Kenya is to ensure that we hold the hands of young people. When I looked at this room, and I almost wanted to ask, how many people here drank maziwa ya Nyayo? Almost nobody. So, oh! I actually see only my daughters and sons-in-laws who did not drink maziwa ya Nyayo. But the civil society's role is to connect with those two institutions to ensure that we hold the hands of the young nutritionists in the field to get to reach their potentials in achieving nutrition excellence. And so we would like to encourage more of them to reach out to us so that we can guide them in the different fields and areas of nutrition that these over 300 civil society organizations are working in. We advocate, we develop capacity, we do social mobilization, we identify policy gaps and fill them through policy development and dialogue. But we also train nutritionists and hold the government accountable in a friendly manner, because we work together hand in glove. We gather here today at a very pivotal moment for Kenya. And why is it pivotal? You saw the statistics that Zachary presented here today. We know that Kenya is among the few countries in the world that have the triple burden of malnutrition. It is in this country that you find an obese mother and a stunted child in the same household. And together, we also have micronutrient deficiencies. 1 in every 3 Kenyan has some form of malnutrition. Look around you, identify that person, and say nothing. We are either stunted, wasted, overweight, obese, or having micronutrient deficiencies. Have you looked? Did you see the statistics? Be nice. Don't judge. But it is in this same country where 32% of children, only 32, access a minimum acceptable diet. But 61% of deaths in this same country are attributable to non-communicable diseases because of the things that we eat. And we also have another 53% of children in urban areas accessing ultra-processed foods that are unhealthy on a daily basis. What do we have in our school canteens? What did we eat when we went for school outings? What do you eat when you go to hospital and you're a patient? 60% of our population are consuming sugary drinks. And in this context where we have all these statistics, we have the triple burden of malnutrition, we also have climatic shocks, yeah? And we have all these disasters with people needing food every time. But what do? We wait until they need food and we cry for food. If we could raise 4 billion to feed hungry people during the floods, we can certainly raise it before the floods and prevent those people from being hungry. So this is not just a health issue. And as I thank PS Mary Muthoni for being our champion on this front, we need to recognize that nutrition is not only in the clinics and in the hospital. We do not want to deal with malnutrition after it has happened. So we would like to address these tensions, and we would like to address malnutrition from a lens of an economic priority and a prioritized development agenda. And to do this, we need a number of things. We need political commitment, which is in abundance. We need the right policies and programs to guide our populations, and we need to stop having policies gathering dust in the shelves of offices. They need to get out, and people need to know them. We are talking about the industry and the foods that they are producing, and the fact that we would like to enforce these policies. But let's not behave like Kenya police. You know, a Kenya policeman, when he knows there's a yellow line and you're likely to cross it, that is where he stands. He waits for you to cross it, and let's not do that. Let's disseminate these policies so that the industries know about them, so that our people can make the right choices before we bring the punishment. One time I was in a supermarket buying flour. I like ugali. And I was standing around many flowers of ugali, and 2 young men, they looked like students, came, and they kept looking at the flowers, and everything was written fortified, fortified. And then one of them asked, "He fortified inakwanga nini?" And the other one said, "I think the wheat flour makes 45 chapatis." That is the level of nutrition education that the people sitting in this room should take head on. We have seen it on media. Blueband makes a child grow. Indomil, yum yum. Haven't you seen those things? And there's one that gives you wings. People do not eat nutrients. People eat food. The nutrition community should stop the academic language, break down nutrition information into things that communities can understand and into messages that speak to the people. Every time I find a colleague of mine sitting outside in the veranda and you ask them, what are you doing there? And he says, I'm getting some vitamin D. The sun does not give you any nutrients. It helps you synthesize. That is the level of misinformation that we are dealing with. Madam PS, the Kenya Nutrient Profile Model has been talked about, and I don't want to belabor the point. The only thing I want to add is its main goal is to guide not only policymakers, but also regulators and all stakeholders in classifying foods based on their nutrition quality to inform the actions that we are seeing and the misinformation that we are seeing now. But it comes with 5 other components. Celine mentioned this, and Dr. Zachary talked about it in his presentation. Restricting the marketing of unhealthy foods, such as sugar and sweetened beverages. And you know what they do? When you restrict the amount of sugar, they add sweetener. We need to be more vigilant. Front of pack nutrition labeling, one is fruit juice and the other one is fruit drink, but it has the exact same package. One is not juice. It is sugar, food color, and water. Health and public procurement of foods in our institutions, in schools, in prisons, in hospitals, and in all government institutions. Why would a student at the lecture consume 1 piece of meat a week where we have omena in abundance? Because somebody is making money, isn't it? Why would we transport rice from Pakistan to the northeastern region when people are hungry? We need to deal with these things. And one of the fundamental things that PS Muthoni keeps talking to us about is nutrition education at all levels. So the Kenya Nutrient Profile Model provides a scientific system for categorization of these foods. Please go and read it. I am not having enough time to unpack all of it. But as the African proverb reminds us, when the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear the wind. We know we are going to get industry opposition. We know they are going to come with slogans such as, if you make these foods expensive, we have no alternative. We have plenty of alternatives, and the nutritionists in this room can provide information on those alternatives. I thank you, Madam PS, for appointing me to the steering committee for food environment. We will not go to the river and wash our faces like this. Have you ever seen a man going to the river and washing their face like this? We know that we have relatives, employees of some of these companies. We have signed a very strict conflict of interest agreement that will ensure that we do the right things for this country moving forward. And the urgency is clear. Our policy response will be very comprehensive. The work ahead is also significant, and one of the most powerful aspects of today's event is that it connects policy to people. How many people knew about the Kenya Nutrient Profile Model before you came here today? Only about a quarter. So this dissemination has been very powerful because 90% of the people in this room, tonight we celebrate individuals and institutions who have gone beyond duty and who have chosen excellence. Now, excellence in nutrition is not easy. It means convincing people that vegetables are not punishment. Isn't it? When we were brought up, the day chapati was cooked, you shower very early, you become very clean, and you sit properly, and you make sure you don't do anything wrong. Otherwise, you will miss the chapati. We also have to explain that just one soda is never really just one.
And occasionally, being the least popular person at the dinner table or by telling people the right things to eat is still your responsibility, and we have to persist. And because excellence is not about convenience, it's about our commitment. We are our gang. As another proverb says, the one who fetches water is the one who knows the depth of the well. Tonight, we honor those who know the depth. And all of us here know some depth of nutrition knowledge to be able to support our people. Awards are not just about looking back, they are also about calling us forward. What is this symbol for us tonight? It is not just about looking nice and wearing dinner dresses. The KNP is a tool that we've been given, but tools don't work for themselves. So the question we must ask each other as I close, what will I do differently? What will you do differently starting tomorrow? We will integrate the standards. We will advocate more boldly. We will hold systems accountable. And however long the night is, the dawn will break. We have to take the mantle, and as you leave this room today, live with at least one thing that has inspired you and one thing that you will do differently. Kenya's nutrition journey has had its challenges, but tonight, how many people feel like it's the dawn and we are starting a new journey? Great. And finally, let us continue striving for excellence even when it's uncomfortable, because nutrition is life. What is good for us is not always easy, but it's always worth it. Thank you, and congratulations again to the awardees.
A round of applause until she gets to sit down. If she wants to slow down, that's totally okay. We get to appreciate her. Thank you so much, Dr. Martha. Now, a few things that will get to stand out for us, Madam PS, is that, yes, we are changing the narrative. Are we not? I'll tell you this for free because we have her right here in our presence. We've got Miss Joyce Award, who's been doing this, translating that complex science to what mothers and children can actually be able to consume. Right here, Miss Joyce Award, do you mind standing? We get to appreciate you. Oh yes, please. You are doing a good job, and we better give you flowers right here. Thank you for doing that. We appreciate you. She hosts what we call Nutri Talks with Award. And she gets to break down that complex science Dr. Martha is encouraging us to break down so that the community and the society can embrace what we are now launching and disseminating today. Now, like I seriously said sometime earlier, Madam PS, because of wearing heels today, you may not tell any of us is stunted. Don't worry. We are not judging, all right? And in the same mode, did we know that stunting can be taken down into generations, genetically downwards? So we have to correct the nutrition as early as now. But we also said we will collect our nutrition concept when we exit. Today we get to pamper ourselves and get to appreciate ourselves. So please do appreciate yourselves for showing up tonight. Now, without much further ado, allow me to invite the President of Nutrition Association of Kenya, Mr. Henry Ngeda, who will after that invite Miss Veronica Kirogo, and then we'll be able to hear from our chief guest. Now, please appreciate him. I'm about to tell him to go back, and we get to appreciate him, but well, I'll spare him. He's done a good number of steps. 10,000 today? I hope.
Thank you so much, Grace. The chief guest, Madam Mary Muthoni Muriuki, Principal Secretary, State Department of Public Health and Professional Standards, Ministry of Health. The Director of Nutrition, Madam Veronica Kirogo. Dr. Martha Nyagaya, Country Director, Nutrition International and Chair, CSA. CEO, International Institute of Legislative Affairs. Selina Wall, Dr. Kenyuru, Global Vice President, Academic Society of Insects, as Food and Feed, the Chief of Nutrition, UNICEF, Dr. Ismail Teta, the leadership of Nutrition and Dietetics Academy, our valued partners, distinguished guests, awardees, and fellow nutritionists. Good evening. It is my profound honor to stand before you tonight as we celebrate the vanguard of health of our nation. We are gathered here for this great event, for the annual Nutrition Excellence Award dinner, a night that is dedicated to the excelling professionals of nutrition in this country. We want to recognize the tireless efforts of those who work at the intersection of science, care, and community to nourish our nation. This year's theme is Pioneering Nutrition Excellence, Empowering Professionals, Transforming Diet. It is not a mere slogan. It is a collection of words. It is a battle of cry. It is a call for action. It acknowledges that to transform the diet in Kenya, we must first empower these professionals by those who hold the spoon, calculators, and the science. It reflects our association's commitment to elevating the standards of our nutrition profession and ensuring that every Kenyan has access to the dietary guidance they need to thrive. I wish to begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to the Ministry of Health who've taken us through the dissemination of Kenya Nutrient Profile Model, SAN CSA, Scaling Up Nutrition Society Alliance, and International Institute for Legislative Affairs for unwavering support that has made this celebration of our professionals possible. And this is an advocacy for fueling food security and nutrition for a healthy Kenya. Our chief guest, Madam P.S. Mary Muthoni, your presence here tonight is a testament to the government's recognition that nutrition and dietetics is a bedrock of our health system. We thank you for coming and thank you for your leadership. Madam P.S., the healthcare landscape is rapidly evolving in Kenya. We no longer just fight hunger, we are battling a triple burden of malnutrition, undernutrition, that is stunting, wasting, hidden hunger through micronutrient deficiency, and surging tide of non-communicable diseases, made worse by the rising cases of overweight and obesity in this great country of ours. Nutrition is no longer just about hospital feeding. We are clinical detectives, metabolic engineers, and public health strategists. Despite this, we face a crisis in continuous professional development. To address these complex challenges, Madam PS, the era of generalists, nutrition is giving way to the necessity of specialization in nutrition expertise. While we appreciate the various short-term capacity building efforts, we must be candid. For us to change the nutrition indicators in this country, we must go beyond the 5-day workshops to produce a level so that we are able to produce a good level of expertise required for modern clinical nutrition public health challenges. We cannot create a specialist in oncology, nutrition, or renal dietetics in a week. These short courses scratch the surface but do not drill the well. We must be pivot our focus towards comprehensive specialty training, whether it is pediatric nutrition, oncology nutrition, renal dietetics, or sports nutrition. Our profession needs deep, structured, and long-term specialization in both clinical nutrition and public health nutrition. Madam PS, my humble request to your office today is to consider mobilizing a dedicated fund for professional development specialization for nutritionists. Specialization is very expensive. Most of these professionals, Madam PS, take loans which are given by banks at 18%. We are humbly requesting if we could get a dedicated fund that can be managed by HELP so that our professionals can be able to access that at less than 5%. We propose a revolving fund managed by the Higher Education Loans Board, specifically for nutritionists, seeking higher national diplomas, master's degrees, and fellowship specialization. Let a nutritionist borrow from this fund, specialize in areas like pediatric nutrition or critical care. Repay it and allow another colleague to enjoy the same money in future. This would allow nutritionists to access affordable financing for specialty studies, and this creates sustainable pipeline of specialists, not just generalists. And this has been made possible in other cadres like nurses, and they were given funding by Johnson & Johnson. We kindly request if we could get such so that we grow the capacity of our nutritionists in the country. Secondly, Madam Chief Guest, we must address the welfare of practitioners in the country. Nutritionists are the only cadre in health professionals who walk into isolation wards, handle infectious patients, manage tube feeding in critical care, yet consistently denied risk allowance. We are exposed to needles, body fluids, radiation, and airborne diseases, just like our colleagues in healthcare. We beseech your office to help us to be able to at least get a small compensation of risk allowance. To revisit the issue of risk allowance for nutritionists, it is only fair and just that our professionals are accorded the same recognitions. And we thank you for the commitment and dedication that you have supported these members of ours. We really appreciate it. We can give a loud appreciation. Madam PS, we do not take it for granted, the support that we have received. We sincerely thank the Ministry of Health, our State Department, your State Department for the recent allocation of funds towards nutrition programs. This is a clear indication that the government recognizes nutrition as a cornerstone for UHC. Thank you, Madam PS. To accelerate the gains we have made in reducing stunting and managing NCDs, we request the Ministry of Health to scale up funding for nutrition programs. Nutrition is the most cost-effective intervention in health. Every shilling spent on nutrition saves multiple shillings, specifically 22 shillings for every shilling that is invested in cumulative costs. With the innovative financing being proposed by our development partners, Madam PS, I propose and humbly request that the ministry commits a significant amount of financing that can be matched by the development partners. Let the national level lead the way and leverage these funds, and the counties will follow. In closing, I want to congratulate all the nominees and awards tonight, and awardees and winners tonight. You're the reason we fight. You are the ones transforming diets one plate at a time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, SAN CSA, ILA once again, for ensuring that this is possible. You have seen in the room the way we have the young ones and the ones we have taken a bit of time in this profession. We are committed to building capacity to our young ones in nutrition. Together, by empowering our professionals and transforming our diets, we will build a healthier, more productive Kenya. Thank you, and may you enjoy this great evening. Asanteni. May I, at this juncture, invite Madam Veronica Kirogo to help us invite our PS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Our chief guest, Madam Mary Muthoni, Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards. Dr. Ismail Teta, UNICEF Chief of Nutrition. Dr. Martha Nyagaya, Country Director, Nutrition International. The President, Dr. Kinyuru. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I know it has been a long day, and mine is just to do a herbal duty so that we can usher in our chief guest to give her address. But before I usher, it is good to appreciate Madam PS because she has really supported the nutrition sector. You heard when I was presenting, saying that for the first time, we are getting a policy supported by the State Department. Thank you, Madam PS. And also, she is actually a nutrition champion. And that's why she couldn't even fail to come for dinner. So without much ado, let's put our hands together for Madam Mary Muthoni. Please, upstanding. Karibu sana, Madam. Until she sits, she stands.
Thank you so much. May we all be seated. Habari yenu. Mko poa? You know, it's 9 p.m. And those who want to take the goodies must take the goodies and rush home. So I don't want to be between you and the gifts. The chairperson of the Nutrition Association of Kenya, esteemed leaders of our professional associations, dedicated development partners, distinguished guests, and most importantly, the brilliant nutrition professionals that are gathered here tonight. Good evening. Good evening. Hawezi ukasalimia Mkenya kama hujafanya hivi. Sasa salimia mimi. Bas, nimetosheka. So it's really a great honor and a profound joy to stand before you this evening at the annual Nutrition Excellence Awards dinner. Tonight, we are here to celebrate you, your unmatched excellence, your tireless dedication, and the brilliant innovation you bring to your calling. You are not just professionals. You are the architects actively shaping the health, vitality, and the future, the very future of our beloved nation. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the Nutrition Association of Kenya and the Nutrition and Dietetics Academy for convening this vital event, for your steadfast, sustained leadership in driving the nutrition agenda forward in Kenya. Before we celebrate tonight's victors, I must commend you all for a monumental victory achieved earlier today, the successful dissemination of the Kenya Nutrient Profile Model. This is not an ordinary document, because it is a profound milestone in our journey towards stronger food environment policies and a promise of healthier diets for every Kenyan. Through this model, we are taking the deliberate, courageous steps necessary to shift our food environment, which is absolutely essential if we are to conquer the rising tragic burden of diet-related non-communicable diseases. The Knpm provides us with the scientific armor we need to, 1, guide clear, honest front of pack nutrition labeling. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nobody who wants to go to the supermarket and you find some food stuff which are even written in some funny languages. You don't even understand. And when you take it home, you cannot even read the instructions. It starts from there. So, the guide, clear, honest, front of pack nutrition labeling. The second one is regulate the marketing of unhealthy foods and beverages, especially to protect our precious children. But how do we protect our children if the marketing happens even in our own sphere, in our own eyes, in televisions, in WhatsApp groups? in spaces that we think that they cannot be seen. So the third one is elevate public food procurement standards for our institutions, feeding and programs. And Martha really put it very, very clearly. You see, even when we do our procurement, I am the accounting officer for public health. I should be cognizant of the kind of procurement that I'm putting in place. Before it even goes up in the website, I should be very clear that these are the instructions, and I should be very clear that these are foods that are not going to harm our people. And the fourth one is pushing the industry towards product reformulation and guide fiscal policies for healthier choices. I'm not sure we have any producer here or any manufacturer here. I am not sure, because these statements will not be very, very kind to them. And I'm not sure they will be very happy about it. But we must say it. And I am igniting it. That we must say the industry must reformulate and guide fiscal policies for healthier choices. And finally, we must empower our customers with the awareness they need to make life-saving, informed decisions. We have our community health promoters moving from one household to the other. Why can't we train them with health education to ensure that that becomes their package? When they move from one household to the other, they are able to empower the consumers and make them aware that these kind of noodles are not very fit for your children. And that can happen. And with the oversight of nutritionists, it starts from there. So when I reflect on the theme of this year's event, pioneering nutritional excellence, empowering professionals, transforming diets, I see the beating heart of our shared mission. It speaks to our undeniable truths that we must empower you, the very drivers of policy implementation, so that we can deliver our ultimate goal, transforming the diets of our people. We are stepping into the bold new era. We are moving beyond writing strong policies and stepping confidently into a phase of decisive implementation and real measurable human impact. So let us be clear that nutrition is not a secondary issue. It is the cornerstone of Kenya's development agenda. And it is the absolute foundation of both universal health coverage and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Yes, we have fought hard and made beautiful progress, including the life-changing reduction in childhood stunting, but we must also face the hard truth that regional disparities still break our hearts, and the heavy triple burden of malnutrition, overweight, obesity, and non-communicable diseases continue to threaten our families. But we are fighting back through the Kenya Nutrition Action Plan of 2023-2027. The government has laid out a clear multi-sectoral roadmap to defeat this triple burden. We are uniting health, agriculture, education, WASH, and social protection to deliver high-impact interventions that protect Kenyans at every stage of their lives. Furthermore, the ministry is actively developing a national nutrition and dietetics policy to cement nutrition as a center or as a central pillar in our health and development agenda, align our cross-sector actions, and strengthen governance. Real change happens on the ground. Remember, health is a devolved function. And most of you might be working at the county level. Therefore, real change will happen where you are, at the bottom of the pyramid. Nutrition is the very soul of primary health care. And we must agree or guarantee that at the very first point of contact, quality nutrition services are readily available and accessible. So the ministry is fiercely dedicated in integrating nutrition into primary health care, ensuring that every single contact with the health system becomes a chance to improve a life. This means guaranteeing access to 1, maternal, infant, and young child nutrition services, vigilant growth monitoring and promotion, vital micronutrient and supplementation, the prevention and compassionate management of acute malnutrition, and lifelong nutrition counseling. We must also celebrate the food soldiers of this movement, because as you are very well aware, yourselves and the CHPs work hand in hand. You at the supervisory and them at the implementation at the bottom of the pyramid. So they are a powerful source. They are a powerful force. And make sure you make use of them when you go to the bottom of the pyramid, walking the roads of our communities to deliver household level counseling, and equally promoting optimal feeding practices, catch malnutrition early, and foster sustained behavior change. As we scale up, these promoters will be essential, bridging, connecting our grand policies to the kitchen tables of our people, ensuring that absolutely no one is left behind. You know, I heard the chairman talk so much. I didn't even take up some of the things you talked about. You talked about employment of nutritionists. You talked about the work that nutritionists do. And I want to assure you that the government is very keen about nutrition and moving forward. And that is why we have been able to come up with these policies. But we are not forgetting you. I was whispering to Veronica, and I told her, I'm now 3 years in the Ministry of Health, but I know nutritionists were lastly employed in 2013. I am aware. And the one thing that we have been pushing with Public Service Commission is to ensure that we have nutritionists being employed in the country. Bwana Chairman, I want to invite you to my table because I think I need to bring you to speed. I have money for postgraduates. You don't need to go to another ministry to look for money. We have money in the ministry. You only need to come and sit down with me and tell me that nutritionists also need to enjoy the postgraduate services that are given from the government of Kenya. Why do you have to go to the Ministry of Education? I have money. It's allocated. It's for you people. Fight for it. So this money is not just for a specific cadre, because postgraduate is postgraduate. It is not written, it is for a cadre. Are we together? So I'll make sure that in the next cohort, and by the aggressiveness of your chair, we will have nutritionists going for postgraduate. And I want to tell you these are not stories. Because these are things that are happening. You know, sometimes we talk here and then you call it talk show. I'll never say something that I cannot do. I will say something which I know is in the book. So please, I want to have a talk with you because I want to know what is the needs assessment for wherever you are working. When we know what is the needs assessment, then we are able to train you further. Because we also don't want to have a haphazard way of training our healthcare professionals. Remember, this is the first time we are having the healthcare professionals policy in Kenya. Please give your inputs. It is already in the website. Don't come later and say, PS, you left us out. It's out there. If you want to be on the table, then you must make sure that you contribute to what the government is doing. I've already told you what is on the table is the policy for healthcare professionals. We were very careful not to call it human resources for health because we wanted even issues of One Health to be part of it. We wanted professionals who are working in Ministry of Agriculture and they are touching on health. We cover them. Ministry of Water, Ministry of Education, we have school health. Where are we leaving them? It has to be a policy around human resources or professionals that are working in the healthcare space. Therefore, I want to challenge you, Chair. Please, we must work closely because we must know what is in store for nutritionists. We don't take you for granted. We are having a range and a variety of non-communicable diseases because we do not have nutritionists to guide the people. That is the challenge we need to take up. Not because we don't have them, but it is because we have not engaged them. But I also want to encourage you and challenge you. Don't wait for the job. Let the job find you in action. What does it take you to come and tell the PS, by the way, umenonanona vibaya? Simi nitakusikiza tu. Hey. It doesn't take you much. Does it take you to have money? No. It simply just takes you to use your skill to enlighten one another, enlighten Kenyans, ensure that they know. Go and create your, like Madam, who did you call her? Joyce. Take your space, take charge, and let you be known that you have something to offer. That is the Kenya we want. Primary health care is the greater focus around whatever we are moving to. Our universal health coverage is focusing more on primary health care. You are part of primary health care. You are the change that we require to achieve primary health care. So don't think that somebody else is doing it. There's nobody doing it. It is you we are waiting for. So to safeguard this work, we are utilizing the ongoing review in the health benefits package as a critical opportunity that we must ensure that essential services are not just promised, but they are clearly defined, costed, and included in the Social Health Authority. Because really, nutrition is not should never be an afterthought, but nutrition should be part and parcel of what we are talking about on the table. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want to leave it there and wish you the very best. And say that let us keep talking. Policy must align, and policy cannot work without people. Curing cannot be done without people. It has to take you and another person to tangle. And we are here, me and you. Asanteni sana.
I'm a superwoman.
You might as well celebrate her right now.
Hey, superwoman. Superwoman. I'm a superwoman. I'm a superwoman. Hey, superwoman. Superwoman. Mwanamke ni mama, mwalimu wa kwanza duniani. Tumboni alitubeba, akatulea, akatufundisha.
Please celebrate these amazing dignitaries as they dance down here. Aish, Dr. Martha, Veronica, there you go. Mr. President.
Hata kulima naweza, kushona naweza, bani unahodha naweza, mti kuongoza naweza, udakitari baba, wasikari dada.
Don't they got moves? And this is actually amazing because they're actually dancing with the
I'm a superwoman.
Thank you. Absolutely. Please be standing up there as I get to join you. Now, please, an amazing round of applause for these amazing people. Starting with our PS, Miss Mary Modoni. Keep clapping until I'm done. Dr. Martha Nyagaya, Miss Veronica Kirogo, our President NAC, Mr. Henry Ngede, the insect hunter, that will be Dr. John Kinyoro and Dr. Ismail Teta. All right, I'll request you to stand right there for an amazing photo. And then I'll also request the rest of us to be seated, please. Don't worry, you'll stand again. Believe me, you'll stand again. Yeah? Don't they look lovely for this evening? Yes? Dr. Martha, please smile. You look amazing. Yes, absolutely. We're well done? All right. Now some music as you get to dance back to your seat. Please, this is Movement 101, yes? That is okay? Good. As we celebrate them, yes?
Yes, I'm so exciting. Hustle for my own, you care about fighting, you know.
Sorry, I understand you're not women for today, but we are celebrating women, considering we've got Mother's Day around the corner. So let's celebrate all of us at this point, yes? Please dance to your seats, eh?
I can be queen and also be king, superwoman, give me the championship ring.
These gentlemen are something to look out for, yes. thank you, Madam PS, for assuring us and reassuring us that you have our backs, if I may put it that way. Thank you for being a nutrition champion, and we celebrate you. Thank you for gracing this particular event, yet being the second of its kind. We celebrate you tonight. Thank you for being our champion. Don't we like the fact that she's our champion? That we have a voice? Another round of applause, please. Now, tell your neighbor now. Tell them first they look stunning. Look at the other, tell them you look phenomenal. Right. The time that we've been waiting for is now. This is the time we get to celebrate each other. We are not celebrating other people out there. We are celebrating ourselves, and we're celebrating each other because we need to keep pushing ourselves forward. All right? So that is what we're about to do right now. And with the help of Milan, I hope that is on already, we'll be starting with the Nutrition Champion Award. Is that okay? Good. We'll be able to see the screen, so that means I'll have to get myself a bit stunted and, get down. Therefore, you'll be able to be seeing the screen right here as we start with the Nutrition Champion Award. We've got 11 awards tonight. And don't worry, I'll ensure you get home in time to have your melatonin and get some sleep, right? Is that okay? Yeah. Good. All right, Milan, you have my back on this one? 1 minute? Okay. What is the one thing that you picked out from tonight? Take charge. Someone said that. I agree. We have a lot of work to do. We gotta take charge. The Kenya Nutrient Profile Model is not for any other person. It is meant for us. We are the first consumers. The public will not be able to consume this until we are able to internalize and then disseminate it. So yes, I agree. Take charge. What else did we pick from tonight? Eat insects. The insect hunter. You already have a lot of influence tonight. Yes, that will be Dr. John Kenyore from JQuad. Thank you, sir, for showing up. It was very timely. Yes, please eat insects. Something else you picked out from tonight? Be ready. No one is coming to save you. You have to be ready and take the mantle and take charge. Something else you picked from tonight? Say what now? Talk to the right people. Yes. Do we have the right people in the room? That didn't sound like the right people in the room. Do we have the right people in the room? Yes. This was just not Madam PS talking to our president. It is us talking to each other. If you need to refer where specialties are actually concerned, refer. Talk to the right people. Something else, as I get to fix the awards for me. Besides having to eat very nicely tonight, what else are we taking home? Nutrition is not an afterthought. Yes. It is the first thing that needs to come to mind. It is the first thing that needs to be on your plate. But we said we are not discussing plates tonight, right? We are not discussing our plates tonight, right? Yes. But when we exit, because I can see the exit from here, nutrition is not an afterthought. Something else we picked. A shilling for a shilling. That is thanks to UNICEF Kenya, right? You give a shilling, they will give us what? We give them, we table 1 million. They table 10 million. 1 million, bana. 1 million. All right? Something else. Anything else coming to mind? There's what? There's money. Oh yes, thank you, Madam P.S. That they are taking home, they are taking to the bank. We have money, guys. We cannot say GOK, Government of Kenya does not have money for us. We gotta go for postgraduate programs. Yes, we've got funding. And training, it's very specific for training. Otherwise, apo pengine a shilling for a shilling. Let's clarify that, right? There is money for us to study. There is money for us to empower the public, the population, our fellow Kenyan countrymen, right? Something else. Table 17 is saying I go to their table. Oh, we need to go to the table. Yes, Madam P has mentioned, let's meet at the table. But that was delegated, right? And we have to trust that our president has the best interest for us as our representative. Is that true? Yes. Of course, you are president for a good reason. So there is that trust. You have to be accountable. He's definitely responsible. Anything else? To be like Joyce, to be like Joyce Award, interpret the science to something simple. Well done, Joyce. That will be said all over again. Something simple, something understandable, something the population can consume and utilize, something they will remember, right? Okay, now please turn your eyes and attention to the screens for the Food and Nutrition Awards. We will be starting with the Nutrition Champion of the Year. That run is up. So the award categories, we start with the Nutrition Champion of the Year. I'm looking for number 10. Don't worry, it's very intentional. You better be celebrating, yes. I said it was very intentional now. Very, very intentional. Do you want to allow RPS to come and pick Howard? Yes? Please come receive your award from the President of Nutrition Association of Kenya for being a nutrition champion.
I'm a superwoman. I'm a superwoman. Hey.
Please celebrate her for being the nutrition champion.
Superwoman. When I'm petting mama, malima kwanza duniani. Tumboni alitubeba, akatulea, akatufundisha. Zile zamu za mwanamke hawezi, hapana. Siku hizi hakuna.
Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Tunashiriki vyema.
You get to dance out on this one.
Nego kena, nakogosa idarere mbure maede matana ndoga. Nego kena, nakogosa idarere mbure maede matana ndoga. Tigane we tokereke, tokerea otoke tanagia nabo ide wa maro maito. Tigane we tokereke, tokerea otoke tanagia nabo.
Just so you know, this is how we celebrate the nutrition champion.
Nakogosa idarere mbure maede matana noga. Nego kena, nakogosa idarere mbure maede matana noga. We moto hei moyo, Mutorari amodo idenya riake akamuhe igai riake ndegukena ndakugoca ida rĩrĩa mũrema ĩndĩ matananoga ndegukena ndakugoca ida rĩrĩa mũrema ĩndĩ matananoga.
An amazing round of applause for this nutrition champion. Yes, amazing. Yes, that is to appreciate the job that you get to do. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for having us. Thank you. And we are definitely coming to your office. We can start. Oh, yes. She's definitely a superwoman. Yes, we can start now. Well, technically after I'm done. Now, please, another round of applause as they get to sit down. Madam PS, allow me to have you with me, if you do not mind. You don't mind? Of course, you said we can start now, so this is me starting now. So that you're able now to celebrate the Nutrition Captains and Leadership Award, right? Good. If you don't mind, be up here. And now headed to the Nutrition Captains and Leadership Award goes to. And those are the final nominees. Our President, Henry Mboro, President, Nutrition Association of Kenya. Celebrate if you're celebrating, please. That'll be the third runners-up. Sorry, second. Second runners-up goes to Henry Mboro, President, Nutrition Association of Kenya. Well in, thank you for being a captain. So, first runners-up. No, you'll be standing, don't worry, you'll stand with me next year so that you get a good photo with the PS, right? Good. First runners up, Miss Veronica Kirogo. Amazing, congratulations, Miss Veronica Kirogo. And the winner is Dr. David Okeo, the CEO of KNDI, who's not here, don't you worry, but the Secretary General of KUNAD, Michael Odero, will be picking up on his behalf. Sir Michael Odero, do you mind joining me up here and picking up on behalf of the CEO of KNDI, Dr. David Okeo? Madam PS, please go ahead. So you're getting this particular photo for being amazing champions, amazing captains. Amazing captains, thank you for your leadership. Congratulations, and we celebrate you.
This just say na wewe. Oh, remember me. Oh, remember me. Oh, remember me. Linda Wachana.
Hey.
Tutu mamana. Inapenda digidigi.
Amazing.
Tutu mamana.
All right. Now on to the Distinguished Dietitian or Stroke Nutritionist of the Year Award. That is what we're looking at. Distinguished Dietitian Nutritionist of the Year. And the finalists are Lillian Kathomi, who's a resident dietitian for Nourished Forever. First runners up. Lillian, you're here? Yes, she's coming. She's right here. Looking all stunning and phenomenal is Lillian Kathomi, second runners up as a finalist for Distinguished Dietitian. That is amazing.
Kuliko kumpenda siyenipenda, kuliko kumpenda siyenipenda. Anamina Anamina Amina uko wapi? Niambie uko wapi? Tulifunga bingu za maisha mimi na wewe. Tulifunga bingu za maisha mimi na wewe. Oh, remember me. Oh, remember me.
Betty O'Carey. Betty, if you're here, not so sure whether she had arrived, but we celebrate you wherever you are. Don't worry. We will keep this for you, but we celebrate you big time. And the winner is Frida Kissinger. Congratulations, Frida. Frida works at Gertrude Children's Hospital, and she is the Distinguished Nutritionist Dietitian Award winner 2026. Well done. Hold on. Oh, she wouldn't miss out on that. Don't worry, we got this covered. Don't worry, we'll simply celebrate you here. We are all waiting. We are all waiting. We are all waiting. Congratulations, Frida. Well done. Well in, well in, well in, well in. Well in. Well done, Frida. Well done, Frida. All right. Number 4. Excellence. Excellence. Sorry, Frida. Excellence in Nutrition Advocacy Award. And the finalists are? Second runners up, Amos Kamau, if Jad. Amos Kamau works with the Institute for Food Justice and Development, IFJAD. Well done, Amos. We celebrate you. Congratulations. He's been very diplomatic, Yan.
We come idea to the shere. We come idea to the shere.
First runners up, Lilian Momina Kunad. Now, since she's not here for very good reasons, Charity Wanyonyi will pick on her behalf. We celebrate you, Lillian. I hope you get to hear this from us. Congratulations on being an amazing advocate for nutrition. Good job. All right. Well done, Lillian. Well, Charity, on behalf of Lillian. And the winner is Caroline Chebet Terrell, Bomet County. Bomet County, Director Nutrition and Dietetics.
Vicky Brilliance. Mama way. Sofia's on the bed. Let me pick any my calls. Obi roni bagweng ma. Akwange no leyere. Amunesi sereta. Anina mwana genge.
Congratulations. Well done. All right, allow me to ask Madam PS to follow us. You get to sit down and rest now. Yes, a round of applause for our PS, the chief guest, Miss Mary Muthoni. Well in. And we still celebrate you. And we're still coming to the table. Right about now, we need to recognize and award nutrition media excellence among us. And the nominees are Steward Wanyama, Wamalwa Kijana Teaching and Referral Hospital. You in the building? Karibu sana, well done, sir. Well done. Until he gets there. And the one who will help you with this is Miss Veronica Tirogo.
Yanza uninde na njelele titi kalundo. Yanza uninde na njelele titi kalundo. Baida omwana inyanya, omwana mabele, omwana indumbu. Yanzo mundara mukata, mundara mupango, mundara mukwama.
Well done, Steward. Well done, Steward. Can we celebrate him as well? Well done. First runners up. Charity Nasike Wanyonyi. Hey. Well done, Charity. We appreciate you. Congratulations on being first runners up. No umekimbia haraka sana. And the winner is President George Amalo. Of course we celebrate you. Wewe ngoja tu rudi.
Janabi winje. Teramo. Kuna ngoma. Miela. Kanungo eteko. Kanungo
Big congratulations. Big congratulations. I still need you up there, ma'am. I still need you up there. All right. Now I need you to also know that George Omolo is the president of Kenya Nutrition and Dietetic Students Association. We celebrate you. We celebrate you big time. Sir Henry, do you mind joining the podium for this one? Nutrition Organization of the Year Award. We are celebrating departments and organizations that have done well, right? All right, final nominees. Yeah. Tenwek Hospital. Tenwek Hospital. Come. Receive your gift. Go. Come.
Malisa Vitito, Malisa Vitito, sweet ma. Malisa Vitito, Malisa Vitito, Malisa Vitito, sweet ma. Malisa Vitito, Minji lakwe, Emmanuel, Minji lakwe we, sweet ma. Minji lakwe. Minji lakwe, Emmanuel. Minji lakwe we, sweet ma. Minji lakwe.
Congratulations, Department of Nutrition, Tenwek Hospital. Thank you very much. First runners up, Department of Nutrition, PCA, Chogoria Hospital. Well in. Come and receive your word. Don't worry, music is coming. You'll dance. Don't worry. PCA Chogoria Hospital. Well done. And the winner is Kenyatta National Hospital, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics. Ken Okinda. Congratulations. Sir Henry, allow me to take this thing. For this next category, allow me to invite Dr. Ismail Teta. The Chief Nutrition UNICEF Kenya will be giving these particular awards. And we're looking at Nutrition Campaign of the Year Award. Nominees are Claudius Mbuya. Claudius, you're coming. We even have to give requests for this one because, it's Claudius, yeah? It is coming, guys. Hold. It is coming.
Awe waja.
Lakini si uliniambia mimi ndio barafu ya roho yako. Hapo nipandishe zile gari za pomutwa.
He's very cool and chilled. We simply had to walk him up. Congratulations, Claudius. Well done. Rumba bila jasho
Wanumanigita. Yadunda nyono toma. Yadunda nyono toma. Yadunda kaluwendo. Yadunda wugiremo. Madarao ya nini. Madarao ya nini.
Very well.
Tukia nini.
First runners up. Eunice Njoki Karanja, North Kinangop Catholic Hospital. She's right there. Don't walk very fast. Don't walk very fast. Don't work very fast. Don't walk very fast, eh? Hold. There you go. Well done. We celebrate you. And the winner is Light Up Hope. Don't worry, you will see them. Just celebrate them, until they get here. Until they get here. Well done. They're working majestically as it is. Well done, Light Up Hope. Keep being excellent at what you're doing. We celebrate you tonight. Thank you, Dr. Ismail. Please
You're
have a
now
seat.
live with
Dr. Martha. Do you mind joining me? Hiyo niko sure si ya Dr. Martha. Naga, Now, what we are looking at is excellence in nutrition private practice. And the nominees are Patricia Mombi Wamboi. Well done, Patricia. Well done. Congratulations for being second runners-up.
Kamwe kamaru ateke yondo wa mwendo wako ateni.
Congratulations. Well done, Patricia. I am very proud of you. I am very proud of you. Very, very proud of you. Good. I did mentor her, so I am very proud of her. First runners up, Placid Nutrition Center. Placid Nutrition Center, where are you at? Japheth or Rep? Come. Come receive your award.
na thutha thono ĩtengerete kũigwata ĩgĩikara thĩ niĩ hurũke no ningĩ thũ nĩ kũnyita
Congratulations, Classic Nutrition Center. All right. Keep excelling at your private practice. We celebrate you tonight. And the winner is New Nutrition Solutions. Okinda. Ken Okinda. Well done. We celebrate you, but well done. A round of applause for Dr. Martha as she takes a seat. Thank you so much for helping us celebrate them and award them. Now for this category, which comes with innovation, Dr. John Kenyuru, the insect hunter, I'm gonna need you to do this for us. It is already innovative enough. We have to use insects as a source of nutrition. So you can imagine you are an exemplary example. Good. And the nominees are Diet Select, Thou Be Joyce Award. Not without music. That is what she said. Well done, well done, well done, well done, well done. First runners up, Blanche Nutrition. Blanche Nutrition gets the first runners up. Can we celebrate her, please?
Are you lying, sir? Pako fine. Kila nikikaka kwenye line bila shuaini kwake nimelewa kama waini tilalila yesi simizi na migegedo tunagegeduana gegedo sina kisi tajiri wa mbegu na mwonga na mwana baba mdenge mama msalamu unolake la kurithi kafunga tenge mwali chakaramu.
And the winner is Nutrition Healthcare. That is by amazing Tracy Ann Jerry right here. Congratulations, girl. Well done. Well done, well done, well done. Sawa, sorry.
Kama sinamaliza kurasa kukusifia matusi naiona basata wakinifungia theruthi ziranazopata mia filmia mjusi ukuta wa parasta na uparamia na kama penzi ni chupa la bia ni pesana mlevi.
Congratulations, Tracy Ann. And now I request Dr. John Kenyuru to dance to his set. Dance to you.
Naishiwa pawa penzi lako mizani mizito naishiwa pawa
Now, this is the last award we are doing. Is that okay? And for this one, I'll request that Madam PS, please come. Miss Veronica Quiroga, MOH, please come. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Please come. This is the last award. I can promise you that. Our heels don't lie. Our heels don't lie. Right? And to join you, please come. Miss Veronica Quiroga, please join her. And to join you is Miss Celine Award, CEO, International Legislative and Affairs.
Ikibamba sana basi pull it up. Selector cheza doba once from the top. Don't show my bed, don't show my bed, don't show my bed. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Don't show my bed, don't show my bed, don't show my bed.
Makwela na majaji wanazitoka. Stare ubamba sana baada ya mboka. Wasanze watiaji kuda watoka. Salamu wanga moja na
I told you heels don't lie. And then the moves don't lie as well, right? Good. Now this one, these are county nutrition departments doing amazing. And second runners up goes to Homa Bay County. Homa Bay County, please come up and receive your certificate and award. This gentleman is as easy as he looks. He gets to receive that. Well done, Homa Bay County. Well done, well done, well done. Well done. Congratulations on keep excelling as a county. Keep excelling. We are looking to you. You are an exemplary team, and we'll keep looking to you. You may have your seat, please. Thank you. Now, first runners up, Kajiado County. Now, Kajiado County, please come and pick your award. Right here, right here. Yes, 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 yes. Kajiado County, don't worry, music will catch up. Music has to catch up. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Keep excelling, Kajiado County. Keep excelling. You get to have a photo with the PS. That is an amazing thing. These are memories we are keeping. These are for keeps. Well done. Please have a seat so that we can get to have the winner. All right. And the winner is Moranga County. Moranga County, please come and receive your award. Come and receive your award, please. Moranga County in the hood. In the building. Moranga County, are you in the building? Yes, no, maybe, yes, yes, yes. Let me have the president of NAC speak on behalf of Moranga County because he neighbors Moranga County literally. Nyeri County.
kale wanjeri ndekiumbani patikoenda gwakwa ngetinie ndimendaga nio manyendaga
Weciragia ngono hano saitani
DJ Maisha ikwita no nie ndoiga kama kimama.
All right, now, a round of applause for every awardee who has received something tonight. We said we are celebrating each other, so you might as well celebrate each other now. A round of applause for each and everyone who's received something tonight. Now, this last segment, I would want to have all the panelists here. Mr. Ndegwa, please come. Dr. Ismail, Dr. John, Dr. Martha, let's go. All panelists. This is the last activity we are doing tonight. And don't worry, next day is coming. Big, better, black tie. Black tie means? Nabotai kama ya Mr. Zachary Ndegwa hapa, that is black tie. Is that okay? Black tie means black tie. Kakwata kawaya ngoja. Now, the reason why you are here is because you've been exemplary today. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for coming. Thank you for showing up for them. Thank you for science. Thank you for research. Thank you for support. Thank you for championing. Thank you for the money. Thank you for the money. Nani hataki kusoma? Sote tunataka kusoma. The money is right here. You just need to ensure you're doing the right thing, eh? We are accountable, so thank you. All right. Thank you for leading us so well. Thank you for supporting us big time. Thank you for sponsorship. Absolutely. Zachary, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for explaining it such a way we can take it home and explain to the populations that we get to serve. Thank you, Kebs. Thank you for clarifying so many things about Kebs, y'all. How many of us were here when you were given the codes of how to clarify whether things are good or not? Jamani, you missed. You missed a lot. So if something is legit, there is a way you can clarify at your place, literally. So thank you for showing up and sharing that. So for that, we have a token of appreciation. Yes, we do. If you're celebrating, please celebrate now. And we will start with Madam Pierce, our chief guest. President, you mind doing the honors? A round of applause for our amazing PS for State Department of Public Health and Professional Studies, Miss Mary Muthoni. We appreciate you big time. You may have your seat now. We'll allow you to sit. Heels don't lie. Miss Veronica Quiroga, Director, Division of Nutrition, MOH. We appreciate your leadership. We appreciate you showing up and staying to the very end. We appreciate you big time. Thank you for your support. Big time. Thank you. You may have your seat. Guys, are you appreciating? No, you're not. Please appreciate. Thank you. All right. Dr. Ismail Teta. Thank you for supporting nutrition in this country. Thank you for being a lead in advocacy as well. Thank you for supporting us in capacity building. We appreciate you. Miss Celine Award, the CEO and the big sponsor of this event. We are grateful for your sponsorship. Thank you for breaking down low to what it looks like now, and we can be able to understand it. Thank you so much. You may have your seat. Then we have Dr. Martha. Dr. Martha, thank you for sponsoring this particular event. Thank you for accommodating us. Thank you for employing us. That I have to say. Thank you for employing us now. We appreciate you big time. All right. Kebs, right here? Yes? Thank you for breaking down the nitty-gritties when it comes to standards for us. Now we know we can trust Kebs. because we know how to verify. Yes? Yes, a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Zachary, there you go. Thank you for breaking down the Kenya nutrient profile model to what it is and the real deal. You're the real deal. Thank you. We appreciate you. A round of applause, please. If you're celebrating Mr. Ndegwa, you might as well do so. Thank you. And last but not the least, yet the first, the insect hunter. Oh, this will stick. Dr. John Kenyoro, this will stick. I'll remember JQuat and remember the insect hunter. You can look up his blog. He's able to do a lot of dissemination of this information. We appreciate you. Thank you for bringing this. 20 years of labor, not in vain. We appreciate you, sir. Appreciate the insect hunter very well. He gave me permission to call him that tonight. Yeah? Now, tell your neighbor now. You're not saying it right. Tell your neighbor now. Appreciate yourselves for showing up, for being legit and showing up. How are you appreciating yourselves, Yawa? Sawa. Oh, you need music? Okay. Then stand up and appreciate yourselves with music.
Thank you. Kata. A round of applause for yourselves. You may be seated, please. You may be seated, please. Thank you very much. As we come to a close, we would like to appreciate organizations that have really supported us in this process. So when I call your name, please come here and get your certificate of recognition. And then after that, our amazing MC. Please, a round of applause for our amazing MC. She's been lovely tonight. So please, Scaling Up Nutrition, Sun CSA representative, please come and pick your certificate. Chair, President, Mr. President, please come and help appreciate Sun CSA. A round of applause, please. Pal Dairy. A round of applause for Pal Dairy as they come. A round of... Are they gone? Pal Dairy? Okay. International Institute for Legislative Affairs. I think you're still around. A round of applause. Mpaka akuje, umeanza kuchoka, eh? A round of applause. Next, let's have NCD Alliance Kenya. NCD Alliance Kenya. NCD Alliance Kenya. If there's no representative, let's appreciate them in their absence. Nutrition International. Martha, let's have your beautiful presence again, or another representative. Yes. Nutrition International.
Heels don't lie. Heels don't lie. Heels don't lie.
Nutrition International. Don't worry, this is the very last one, we promise. We know your heels are killing you. And And then lastly, UNICEF Kenya Country Office. Mr. Ismail, please join us on stage. Please appreciate him as he comes. Asanteni sana UNICEF for the work you do in the nutrition sector. You're highly appreciated. Joined by the beautiful Janet. A round of applause, please. Asanteni, asanteni sana. Continue clapping. Continue. They're still taking a photo. Give them some morale. Asanteni sana. And ladies and gentlemen, I just want to call back our lovely MC, who I want to appreciate as she comes. She's been amazing for this evening. Please get up on your feet and appreciate our lovely MC. Get up on your feet, get up on your feet. Let's appreciate our amazing MC. She has been in heels since 2 o'clock. Since 2 o'clock, you can imagine. So we highly appreciate you. Thank you so much for hosting this event and moderating and emceeing the event. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll just hand over to her to give whatever it is you want to tell us. You've been with us since 2 o'clock.
Good point, good point, good point, good point. A round of applause for Stella. I am not dancing. Heels don't lie, guys.
Come on now. MC kidogo, tupe kidogo, tupe kidogo. Yes, DJ. Thank you so much, our amazing MC, for being the whole afternoon. We appreciate you.
Now, that is the vibe we keep around. And I'm grateful to you guys. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I have been your host, Grace Njuguna. You'll find me in Nanyuki, but Nairobi ni ya kila mtu. Thank you for an amazing evening. Thank you for making memories. Thank you for interacting with each other. Thank you for socializing. Thank you for networking. I appreciate you for showing up. And thank you for giving me an audience. I have been your host, Grace Njuguna. I'm inviting Milan to give the vote of thanks. See you on the next one.
Asanteni sana. If you got a trophy, please come for one of these boxes so that your trophy does not get destroyed. Please come for one of. If you got a trophy, we're happy to give you one of these.
Thank you very much. I know that we are stretched for time, and I'll try and be a stickler to the time. Thank you very much. Our chief guest, let us have one meeting as we close. Thank you. Our chief guest, Madam Mary Mudhoni, and also all protocols observed. We thank you for your time and your sacrifice to be able to come and share with us this evening and this dinner, as well as also impact on our industry as a profession. We thank you. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the following stakeholders that have been able to make sure that this particular event is a success. First is to thank our Ministry of Health. Secondly is to also thank our Department and Directorate of Nutrition, and also our regulator, KNDI. We also thank our partners, International Institute of Legislative Affairs. We thank our partner, Nutrition International. We thank our partner, Scaling Up Nutrition. We thank our partner, UNICEF, for making sure that this particular event is a success. We don't forget to be able to thank also our exhibitors that have also gotten a chance to be able to exhibit with us. We have Shalina Healthcare. We also have Placid Nutrition Center that has also been able to support this event. We also are grateful to Teams Nutrition in the absentia for basically also supporting this particular event. We thank also our able teams, the management and directors of Nutrition and Dietetics Academy, as well as also the participants, the nutrition members of the association that have come, and we have been able to share up to this particular moment. There being no other business, I think we can be able to rise up. We can be able to rise up. We can be able to rise up. Tusimame. Tusimame. And I want to invite our SG. I want to invite our SG. I know that she's in the room. Harriet. She's also a pastor, so she can be able to release us with blessings so that we can be able to, guests can now leave at pleasure. You can be here until morning if you like. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's thank Milan. He does a lot of work. He's the face of NDA. Just give him a hand clap. Yes. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for such a wonderful afternoon and evening. We thank you, Father, for nutrition in Kenya. We thank you, Lord, for what you're doing. And we thank you, Lord Almighty, for the great future that we have as a profession. We thank you, Father, for our peers, our chief guests, and every other person that is in the room. As we go home, I ask the Lord you'd walk with us, that you'd take us back home safely, and the Lord you'd continue taking care of our country, taking care of our ministry, and expanding our profession. In Jesus' name we pray.
We are free to interact.
Thank you. Rongado gidier namte yago pio. Wendo get mos, wendo teriemos. Ya enya sembo, ini enya sembo, molinya sembo, luonge nya sembo, erneno nya sembo, ene nya sembo, pokoyanyo japomo nya sembo, ini nya sembo, yepimo diere nya sembo, ya enya sembo, luonge nya sembo, molinya sembo, ini nya sembo, molinya sembo, erneno. Ya tieno nya sembo, kaunamba. Yo sé a hierba, yo sé a kiangera. Como dogi no, dogi maromena no.
Barikiwa Studio.
Makamino daddy ya solo. Makamino daddy ya solo. We awere wendo shemeji, tino mama. Iwero nyaro maro nya sembo, nyago pio. Enango maraji nya sembo. Enango maraji nya sembo. Kundera kwa manyo wendo. Enango mineno nya sembo. Enango mineno nya sembo. Ya nya sembo. Ini nya sembo. Moli nya sembo. Luonge nya sembo. Erneno nya sembo. Ene nya sembo, okoyanyo japomo nya sembo, ini nya sembo, yepimo diere nya sembo, ya nya sembo, luonge nya sembo, moli nya sembo, ini nya sembo, moli nya sembo, berneno, ya tieno nya sembo, kaunamba, udika fokirena minvini ala, Chaki Mose Susan Waka Magojo era maudise neta wapi Barikawa jako nya sembo